Welcome to Charisma Saves. We did it.
We did it.
Pulled
We're
it
here.
off.
Huzzah.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
shit, we're way later than I thought.
Way later. Well, got pushed back. And rule when you go, hey, can we go till then? You should tell the Discord. Because your boy was sleeping. But we are here. We are here, and we are ready to party. Are we ready to party, guys?
Is it a party?
It's a party. It's a bonanza.
It's a fucking Elder Elemental
That's
party.
why I took a nap.
Don't you normally take a nap before D&D?
He always naps.
Not always, but a lot of the time I try to. It's nice to do. It's part of my preparation.
You gotta rest the creative juices. They replenish while you sleep.
They do. It's hard. It's hard to maintain the whole time. You have to. My performance has to be high. It's brain Cialis. So
I hate that.
Your brain's chilling in a bathtub somewhere, but it's a bathtub outside.
yeah, it's a bathtub outside, and my brain has like a gray fox sort of like Fit 45.
Randy's face made it look like he's never seen that commercial before.
Never seen the Cialis commercial?
Never seen the Cialis? Yeah, there's like it's like a couple, but they're each in their own bathtub, sitting outside holding hands. I don't know why that was an erectile dysfunction ad, but
maybe that's what old people think is sensual.
Old people think outside hot tubs are sensual because the middle
this
class
was
is
like
dying.
When we were kids, this was popular.
Yeah, because a man with $3,500 and the money to pay for maintenance for a hot tub is sexy. So.
It wasn't even a hot tub. It was
it's two like clawfoot bathtubs.
Yeah, it's like white clawfoot bathtubs.
Well, they also do the hot tub ones, but yeah, you're right. It is claw.
But they're in like the tropics.
So you're talking about the old claw tub and the tropical one. Okay, that's a different one than I thought we were going with. And then there's when the dick pills first came out onto the scene, it was always like, don't be embarrassed that your dick doesn't work, bro. It's fine. Like, take this dick pill.
We're the same age that we remember this exact commercial. Like,
well, I'm a little bit older, so I remember
it down to a T.
Yeah, I remember a little bit sadder ads. They were a little bit weirder. That's okay. That's all right. I don't know. So how do you move on from dick pills? Let's say we're almost done with this campaign, and I just got 2 awesome things for the campaign sent to me that I've been waiting for.
You said I can't look at it.
And they're in that box
it's the
right
end
there.
of the campaign.
That one.
So many secrets.
Open it.
Nope.
He can't stop you. He's not the king of boxes.
I am the king of boxes.
He could stop me.
Yeah, but also, I sleep for 16 hours a day. I wish. There's a reason I take a nap, because I'm not sleeping enough. 16 hours, perfect. That's the sweet spot.
Yeah.
Like a cat, yes. So feet. Is there anything? I don't think there's anything else going on in the campaign. I don't think so.
No.
I did talk to somebody, a member of the community, who is a carpenter, about custom D&D table.
Oh.
Ooh.
So might be even better.
That sounds better.
Our next season's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah. So I guess that's it. I guess we have no other things to really talk about. That's fine. I guess therefore we can begin the introduction to the fuck.
To the fuck.
So, last we left off, the Keepers of Eight had decided to travel to the elemental planes in pursuit of the essences of the elements the last essences of the gods on your list before the coming fight with the great and all-consuming hunger known as Zilladek. You made your way through the plane of Earth, ended up killing the Zaratan, a large city-sized turtle that is sort of the titan of the earthen plane. You did that through many means, including a relationship with an emperor of sorts by the name of Lags, a queen of stone, a fan/scientist, and you've equipped yourselves with some of the spoils of that, specifically Egnir, the Akron of the Storm, and now the Matka. I want to say Martka for some reason, which I knew wasn't correct, and my brain was stalling. The Matka, after receiving the artifact staff of the old matriarch, Arbica. You did manage to rip out the essence of the earthen elemental plane, it being attracted to Arbica once the life force of Zaratan faded, and then you immediately got the fuck out of there as the whole city was starting to collapse, and you headed towards the Plane of Fire, your next stop, where you landed the Hartnell, looked out across the vast magma-cooled plain, where there were some pockets of fire and some of those smooth sort of lava rock surfaces to step upon. Off in the distance, a floating city of shiny brass towers, known as, creatively, the City of Brass. You saw above it the visage of a fiery phoenix, your quarry for the Plane of Fire, and also in the black clouds above that, swirling within, you saw the long serpentine form of the lightning-clad Leviathan of the Plane of Air as well. Two titans at the same time. So we begin, and you are on the Plane of Fire. You are standing upon basically lava stone that is, if you've ever seen after volcanoes move across and the magma settles and sits, it's just this black sort of wavy stone. It's hot. It's burning. It feels like you're sitting in an oven. This is probably close to, it's pushing 190 degrees Fahrenheit, probably getting close, depending on where you stand and how the winds are. Unless you have fire resistance, you're gonna have a problem here. So Professor pretty much dealing with fire resistance, right? Right. So at this point right now, so we pick up right there.
This place sucks.
Okay, that's not good. That's not good at all.
No.
Why are there two here?
Could we?
I was just gonna say, can we kill two of these things at once? We just killed.
I don't think we
might have
can
to.
without help.
Well, who are we gonna find to help us kill?
Well, we can.
I don't
try
know
to-
if they'll come to the Plane of Fire, though. That's the problem.
We could try to talk to the other Aarakocrans and see if they could lend us aid, because apparently the Plane of Air is involved here now.
But what if we go there and we talk about this and they're like, oh yeah, we're also on the giant horrifying Firebirds team, and then they try and kill us, and then all we've done is
We have Mistral. They said that they would respect that weapon.
Not everybody
what
would
it
respect the
means.
weapon.
I feel like it's better to try to seek allies than to run headfirst into two primal beings.
I mean, I wasn't saying like immediately go like, we are here to murder you. That's not the intent. I just,
We are also on a time crunch, so if we go there and it doesn't work out,
We,
Okay, but if we
I can cast plane shift again if we did want to try.
we can use plane shift to banish the Elder Tempest back to the plane of air.
Wouldn't I have to? Hold on.
can it stop it, like
Can
can
you
it
plane
resist
shift
it?
someone against your will, and then I would have to go with them? I don't think I can just plane shift other people, can I?
No, it's not. No, banish.
I could
Oh yeah.
No,
I
the-
could
can
cast
plane
Banish
shift other
on it.
planes.
Spell says you can use it to banish an unwilling creature to another plane.
Within,
also
within
use
range.
banish.
Let me see
Which
what
is
the range
touch.
Right.
You'd have to
Right.
go up there and touch it. Now,
Right.
if I were to,
And assuming it fails the save.
yeah,
I assume we're
Let's
kind of
see.
tapped out anyway, so there's no way we
what's
can
the
fight two.
range on banishment? I have okay. 60 feet. I could try to send it back.
Oops.
Isn't it circling above the city of Brass?
hmm
Seems to be right now, yeah.
I have a banishing shot on my gun, but it has to be pretty weak for it to work.
The only problem is that I can cast this, right? I have to be within 60 feet. But I have to keep concentration on it for a minute or it'll come back.
60 feet's hella close, too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only other thing I could do to banish is literally to hit it point blank with a smite. So,
Yeah, that's what I have too.
I'm assuming you're not standing in the middle of the fire?
No.
no, we
When
were
you're
looking
having
out the
this
window.
discussion? Okay.
I say we go to the plane of air. If we could get allies or some way to protect ourselves, maybe bolster ourselves to this. If we know a way to separate the two, or if they know anything, because they might be able to just give us information on the Tempest.
Even if we could just find a way to deal with the heat for you guys, it would be easier. I would imagine
Yeah, we
significantly
kind of-
so.
Fucked up not grabbing some of the ice.
Yeah, well, kill a giant turtle, you get distracted.
True.
Yeah, I think we risk it, go for the plane shift. If it takes us a little bit longer, I'd rather be safe than suicidal.
True, it is a lot better to be alive than dead. You are right.
Do we know exactly where in the plane of air? Did they give us a location?
The city of
Aqua.
Aqua.
Alright.
The
Velios,
Wind
you're gonna
Dukes
have
will
to-
like me, but the Empress is mad at me. So,
You're gonna have to work on.
It's like a
speaking.
7-year-old got that information and interpreted it. The Empress is mad at me. No.
well, yeah, upset at me for Mistral. This is
I
word for
don't
word
think
what you
that's
said
how
to me.
they described that situation.
I think it was because of the release of the
Prisoners.
yeah.
No, you literally said, I wrote it down as you were saying
I
it.
Oh
didn't
my
say
God.
it.
You know what I mean.
I
I wrote it down that the reason why the Empress was upset at me was because of Mistral.
Upset it.
Well, in order to get Mistral, didn't you get Mistral after we released the prisoner?
Absolutely. So they're
Well-
all kind of the same.
I think let's say we could divorce the two situations.
This is great. Not a
I
lot
think
of
the
people
issue
do
is
it.
more so the prisoners.
We should probably stay on task.
Probably. It's never stopped us before. Anyway, plane of elemental air then.
Yeah, to the city specifically, if you could.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
I'm also going to be pretty tapped on higher level slots after this. I'll still have a 9th, but
Can I cast plane shift through the Hartnell?
No.
Only Professor. Okay.
You can cast plane shift in general,
Right.
Then we could call the Hartnell to us later.
not through planes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Thought we did that before.
Mm-mm.
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 Okay. I will cast a plane shift and send us to the city of Aqua on the plane of air.
All right. Plane shift. You can specify a target destination in general terms. If you are in or near the destination, if you are trying to reset a branch, for example, you might arrive at the street of steel before the gates of ashes, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, and you do have the slot for this right now?
Yep.
All right. Let me grab your
Has our Hartnell power recharged yet?
Hartnell power.
It's not an issue because we have the
No, I'm
Tuning
talking
fork.
about for the rest
No,
with the cubes. Okay.
5 days. 5 days.
I wasn't sure how long we've last used it technically.
I think you took one long rest. And
we did it before I think we went on the trip because we were it was like immediately after we had done something else.
you've taken
So right
think we
before
did
we
it-
left.
one rest since then.
Yeah. And since we've gotten to the elemental planes, we haven't taken a rest yet, so.
No, you took one rest in the
We
elemental.
took one of
planes.
flags.
Yeah.
Oh, we did. We
Yeah,
did.
that's the one I'm referencing. Yeah.
It wouldn't
So-
be a bad idea to take
Wait,
one
wasn't that a
from the
short
other.
rest?
No, you went
No.
to the mansion and
No.
took a rest, right?
Yeah, we
I
actually.
thought
Was
that
that
was
a
a
short
short rest
rest?
in the
No,
mansion.
it was a short
You
rest.
might be right.
Because
yeah.
he like took a nap and we made a comment about that, and then I
Mhm.
forgot something from the previous week, and he's like, "It's
Yeah,
only
it
been an
was a short
hour."
I think you're right.
So we've only been here for like a day. So that's good.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea to rest soon though, if we can.
Well, we did take a long rest because we had to get the helmets.
Yeah.
That's true. Yes,
That's
that's
what it
the
was.
rest. we
That's
took.
when we took
So
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 long.
you literally just took it.
Wow.
Yeah. You.
I think we go as long as
you
we
woke.
can go
You woke
today.
up and fought. I mean, you can't spam long rest anyway. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go into the Hartnell, and you cast plane shift, and I wonder if I can find something that sounds like that. Is it this? Yeah, sure. No, it's under the sci-fi category. If it gets weird, it gets weird. The Hartnell zips out of existence and I believe is still a floating boulder. But that's not
I would have changed it back.
You would have changed it back to the normal Hartnell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless I'm disguising it, the Hartnell goes.
It was
goes
already
outhoused.
disguised as a boulder.
But that's what I'm saying. Like the minute we're in and I no longer need the disguise, the professor would undo it and make it the.
Do you feel
outhouse.
like you don't need a disguise in the plane of air?
I feel like a boulder.
A boulder would not
probably
make
not
any
be a
sense.
great disguise.
Okay. I guess
We might redisguise once I get our
All right.
abreast
So-
of our surroundings.
so-
Is that a word?
so-
Abreast?
So, you pop into the plane of air, and as an outhouse,
He's gonna be like, actually, a boulder is the best disguise.
well, and you've been told this, as you sit and float among clouds and blue sky. There are, in fact, floating boulders fucking everywhere. Floating islands are all over the place. Yeah, there are tiny shards of rock that just float in midair. You were told about this like 2 sessions ago. So that's I thought you still had that in mind. Yes, there are these large floating rock islands, very similar and evoking a very, very familiar visage to that of the nest.
Not anymore.
Yeah, it's a memory.
Yikes.
That's how those work. Not certainly not like visiting it today. That's a little more of a wet experience. You also see these large creatures floating through the air that look a little bit like sky worms, with these long tendrily bits. But you do
They
see
look like tongues.
a little bit, yeah. You also see bird-like animals
Birds.
floating around. You see clouds moving like animals themselves. The city of Aqua may be one of these floating islands, as you sort of pan around the viewfinder on the Hartnell's central console. One seems to shine a little bit brighter than the rest as you oh good, my fucking PDF viewer died. There it goes. As you see these large spires of sort of white stone. There's a larger island with sort of a craggy outcropping at the bottom. You see a few of these large blue diamonds attached. There's another smaller island that seems to be just a forest on the top. Far away from where you're at. Miles and miles, but there's no real other landmass. And you might be above it, actually, just from a verticality standpoint. You can also see smaller islands sort of clustered together. And then a tall series of what seems like sort of Arabic-inspired dome-like structures that come to points on another set of islands. And then as you pay a little bit more attention, those are actually sitting on a cloud itself, not just these rocky sort of islands similar to the nest. The air is strong out here. You can feel the Hartnell sort of getting pushed, but it can hover in space. So, plane of air. You think you're near the city of Aqua. You can't be 100% sure. But
I assume we're gonna have to fly around a little bit.
I'm really glad I made this thing fly. That would have been
Me too.
Yeah.
I wonder if you fell here, would you just fall forever? Or would you eventually hit something?
Let's not
I don't
find
know.
out.
Yeah, I don't want to test that.
I'm not saying today, I'm just,
I mean, Elysium seemed to be like that, but then it turns out that it was just
oh yeah, like
put
a
you on the
loop.
beach. So
Okay. So do we want to try and fly around some of these structures and see if we can suss out
maybe we should try to make ourselves look like a cloud or like a
probably
rock
a good
or
idea?
something, like a floating rock.
I'll go to the console and can I make the Hartnell look like a cloud? It's a bit translucent, so I don't know if that's possible.
It would be
but
opaque.
opaque, sure.
Okay. Yeah, like it would look like a thick cloud. A
Okay,
little bit.
go with that.
Okay.
No, it should probably be a rock, because what if someone tries to... I'll go with the rock for safety reasons.
Okay.
People will fuck with the cloud, no one fucks with the rock.
Didn't they say that they had clouds that you could walk on here because they were so
Didn't we
solid?
literally just fuck with a rock?
We did.
Okay.
It's different. That's a sentient rock. It's a sapient rock.
Isn't this technically a sentient rock?
You're a sentient rock.
He's not
got you
a
there.
rock, though.
Now my bones are a lot softer than rocks are.
They can't all be winners, okay? I'm doing my best here.
Is it your best?
Yeah. Okay, rock it is. Rock button.
Okay. More of a psychic interface, but sure. Button that says rock
Button.
on it. You boop. And you're pretty confident it looks like a rock on the outside. Similar to those you're seeing in the distance.
Okay, now would we like to fly around some of these structures and see what we can figure out?
That's a good idea.
Fly casual, so it doesn't look conspicuous.
Fly as a casual.
I know
So now-
exactly how a rock flies, so...
So now you're going to move the rock in space.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, you know how flying rocks do.
Okay. And where to?
Gotcha. You said there was an island with
You're the pilot.
with spire structures, correct?
Yes, and it has sort of white spirey structures on it. Looks very much like like the big part of the nest.
Okay.
Without
I was
sort
about
of
to ask that.
without a little bit of the countryside that was around that, and then there's another floating area next to it that seems to be a lush forest.
And then there was the cloud with domes.
Yeah, it's separate, and it's probably about a kilometer away, spatially, and then many miles in another direction. There seem to be a cluster of these sort of floating islands, and then on a set of clouds there is a silvery set of domes that sort of look like the again like the sort of what's the fake country in Aladdin?
Agrabah.
Agrabah. I was
Yeah.
gonna say Alibaba, but that's not that.
No.
But yeah, it kind of looks like just the dome parts of
Are you-
those structures sitting on top of clouds, like
Are you
one
thinking-
cloud.
Alibaba because he's Prince Ali, Fabulous he, Ali Ababwa or something.
Ababwa, Ali Ababwa,
Ababwa.
which is cheating. But anyway, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Agrabah.
Okay, I'm gonna let's go with the spire area and sort of, I don't know, the other rocks that we could see around. Are they like, let's say one around the size of the Hartnell? Are there any that are like moving around? What's their typical flight speed?
Roll a perception check.
What's the trajectory of an unladen rock?
Well, it's about to, I guess you're about to see when they all fall on you somehow.
How much longer do I have on? I cast precognition directly
You mean
before our
foresight?
foresight. I'm sorry. I casted
it's 8 hours.
foresight. Is it only 8 hours? I thought it was 24.
Let me look. It might be
I think it's
24.
24.
Oh, no, it's 8.
Okay.
You're still well in range, though. It took you about 2.5 hours to get to your location with the worm, you
Mhm.
cast it before that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 2.5 hours. We'll say roughly a half hour for everything else. You're only 3.5 hours deep at this point.
Cool.
So yeah, you have about 4.5 hours left on foresight.
Well, I'm glad I still have that up because the other one was a nat 1. This is a 24.
24 to look around. Okay. You don't see rocks moving in a way that makes sense for the Hartnell to travel. They seem to be, if they do move, you can't tell if it's the clouds moving or if it's the Hartnell moving. There's not a lot of relative space to judge it on, even with a high perception check. But they're definitely not zipping in directions. If they are moving, it's a very slow process of shifting. You get the sense that they're probably less reliable than like material plane islands as far as like plate tectonics are concerned, but there seems to be some sort of shift that goes on here just based on your natural intelligence. But yeah, not Hartnell zip around. If you wanted to, you could probably, because of your perception check is high, you could use clouds to maybe move in and out of, but either way, the Hartnell itself is a bit exposed as a craft. It's not a stealth fighter. It has a lot of capabilities. Not looking like a flying rock is not one of them, I guess.
Okay, well, I'll try and use the clouds for cover when possible.
Okay.
And if I happen to notice anyone noticing us as I'm sort of looking on the monitor while piloting, I'm gonna freeze. Like, you know.
Okay,
Like Solid Snake, who just a guard got the
no. Yeah, it's not a 360 It's not a 360 degree view, and so it would only be in necessarily one direction, and you couldn't pilot and focus on that at the same time.
Okay, how about someone else takes a look at
I can watch the monitor.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're good at, you're perceptive, so you do that, and if you notice anyone noticing us, the code word is taint cream. And I'll stop and be inconspicuous.
Okay.
Deal.
All right. And just so you know, you're looking in basically one cone of view. It's not the same as if Avelios was just out.
Sure.
Which he can do.
I'm going to keep the angle of the cone of view as much as possible towards the island that we are going towards.
Yeah, he can be in control of that with the view.
Great. Sure. Yeah. He can do that then.
Yeah, because it can move around. You just don't have the same sort of awareness of your head moving.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and let's call it a piloting check. Let's just go with your dexterity modifier plus proficiency for your piloting check, and then you can just make a perception check for the viewfinder. And then, does anybody else want to do anything? I don't know if you have anything to do. I'm just asking.
I don't have anything really.
Okay.
19.
31.
All right. As you you take it a little bit slow, and you try to pop into the different clouds around you. You can get about a third of the way. Are you trying to land on the spiry space? Or are you trying to sort of move around it at a safe distance and kind of scope it out?
That one, yeah. Okay. like reconnaissance.
Okay. Okay, so you move probably, a good enough bit to get a different view on the place. And through the viewfinder, you don't see anyone looking at you or noticing anything. But as you look, Velios, through the viewfinder at the city, you don't notice any movement.
Hey, Professor, there's no movement.
Yeah, you're a bit away. Like you're a few kilometers away, probably.
Yeah, but from what I see now, I don't see any movement.
What does the actual from what you can see, does it look like this would be an area where there would probably be, I don't know, foot traffic's the right word. I'm sure Aarakocrans also walk, but wouldn't you think you know more about Aarakocrans than me, even though these are, different Aarakocrans? They'd probably be flying around, going from place to place, right?
Typically, yeah.
That's probably not good. Should I go in closer to see if we can...
Couldn't hurt.
Be
Okay.
careful.
Yeah.
That worries me.
I'll start to take us in closer. Again, same thing. If Velio sees anyone.
Okay. Go ahead and do the same checks. So dexterity with proficiency and then a perception check.
27.
25.
Ooh, okay. 27 and 25. There we go. Fascinating. Okay. As you sort of move over to get a little bit better view, a little bit higher up, a little bit more of a isometric view on the city and a little closer. You park it just on the edge of a cloud, so you just look like a sort of rock hanging out of one of the clouds. You're looking through the viewfinder. It looks like spires and not a lot of things flying in the city. You see some bird creatures that aren't Aarakocran. They seem to be similar to... Roll a nature check to see if you know the name, I guess.
10.
No, you do not know the name. Okay, so it is one of the things you do recognize is floating through the air is sort of a white streak. You see two of them running together. One's white, and then one is sort of black with a white diamond on its forehead. It has a long mane running back behind it. You see two Pegasuses. Just sort of flying through the air. You see them flying through the air around the forest area. You also see a sort of dark-colored, about humanoid-sized, taloned, kind of looks like from where you're at, a very small rock with the coloration. Sort of bluish and burnt red, but it's like a deeper, darker color, with sort of this plumage on the front of the sort of the breastbone, and this has like this orangey mane that again is a much darker color, but strikingly, its head has antlers on it that shift and move like this as it flies through the air. And it has more of a carnivorous-looking deer head, but with the body of kind of a very, very small rock. Not terribly big, probably 10 feet or so tall, but the wingspan is a good 25, 30 feet. You see a few of those hovering around kind of the spires of the city, like parked on top. And lastly, you see a with that was it 27, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got a 25. You also see sitting on top of one of the it's a spire, but it has like a ring around it, and the spire comes up out of the middle of it, sort of like if you were to look down, it looks like a bullseye. The spire growing up out of the center of the structure, and around the ring, you thought were statues, but you see some of them shifting and moving a little bit. And looking down at them, you see these naked humanoids with wings wrapped around their bodies, sort of just perched.
Okay, so this is definitely not the city of Aqua. I can more than pretty much guarantee that one.
Okay.
How do you know?
There are very many creepy beasts out there that do not look like Aarakocrans.
But like, how do you know?
Also, I
it's not
assume
the
if we're looking for the
city?
city of Aqua, it wouldn't be just one spire.
It's not one spire. It's multiple.
Well, fair.
Multiple spires. Very tall. It looks like a city. Just one particular one that you were looking at had those strange antlered tiny rock things, and then another one sort of you'd say probably a third of the way through the city, sort of this conical structure that stops midway, has a ring around it, and then another spire that's smaller comes up out of the middle of it. And around that ring are those humanoid figures with feathers sort of perched.
If that was the city, then I would be worried what the rest of this place looks like.
Do we want to try the domes on the clouds next?
To take a bit.
Is the forest area closer?
Yeah. The forest area was and the city that you're around is within a kilometer. The other ones are many miles away.
Okay, let's
It'd take-
investigate the
You don't know
forest
how far
area
away,
before we move on.
but... Okay. Egnir and Professor, since you guys just had this conversation, you can make history checks.
Seven.
28.
Oh, okay. This matches the description Lags gave you.
Oh.
Of the city?
Yeah.
The initial Spire Island did?
Yeah, the one that you're looking at right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not unreasonable to assume something horrible happened that drove the Elder Tempest into the plane of fire.
That's also true.
Yeah, considering that's happening, there could be something wrong here.
Do we want to land and investigate? Are we immediately going to get murdered?
We should probably land and investigate, but I don't think we get
But we should-
immediately murdered.
Definitely be on our guard for sure.
Okay, good. They'll edge us with the murder. That's better. I'll go and I'll land on the island.
Can we scope out a good landing place so we're kind of hidden?
Which one?
Sure. On the Spire Island, ideally out of view of these other creatures, if we can. No? There's no way. Well, we are a big rock. No way we can land without.
If you came up, you can't. It's a surface, right?
Yeah.
And so you don't know what's within the city.
Mm.
You do know that there's not a lot. There's not a lot of cover from the sky to and pop down. Again, unlike the Nest, these don't have countrysides, and it's not as big as the Nest was.
Sure.
At least not from this viewpoint, but it is more vertical. In fact, the spires, as you get closer to them, they're quite impressive. Hundreds of feet in length. So if there's nothing within, it might be okay, but you don't necessarily look appetizing or anything, and those giant sort of worm-like creatures don't seem to be paying attention to you at all. They seem actually pretty docile, like almost like whales. So, because there's no like cloud cover around the city either. The forest is pretty thick. It seems to have these sort of like conifer trees, sort of piney, but they almost grow up in like redwood style, super tall trees with this deep black bark, and the needles on them are sort of a silvery green. Very, very tall, but you don't know what's in the forest either. But so basically, if you wanted to hide the Hartnell, you could just tuck it up under some of these trees and deal with that. You could leave it in a cloud, and make it look like a cloud or something, and just sort of leave it hovering in space. Again, you don't know relative to where you're at how far away that's going to be, but you can call it to you on the same plane of existence no matter what. Or you can park it in the Spirey City and disguise it as something else and try your luck there. That's pretty much your three major options. If you got something else, you can also, I guess, do it up underneath these sort of like reverse iceberg sort of thing if you want to do something like that. You haven't checked, I guess, to see if there's any sort of like tunneling or anything.
What do you guys think?
I'm kind of partial to the forest.
How long would it take to get from the forest to the Spirey City?
On foot or flying?
Yeah. Either or.
Well, because you can't, I guess, well, it'd be a combination. You'd have to fly eventually because they are separate islands.
Yeah.
Which has about 1 kilometer of space in between them. So it just depends on where you parked and if you wanted to get over there, if you want to look in the forest, if you're...
So over a half a mile.
Yeah.
Fly. So that's like
How long
2,600 feet.
How long would that take us?
Me about 20 rounds.
So 10, 15 minutes for us to get there?
What?
That's
20 rounds is like
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. That's true.
Yeah. Think about it as
So not very long.
It's a little over half a mile. You can run a mile. Well, I don't know if any of us can run a mile in 6 minutes now, but I mean these are things that people do, and definitely athletes such as yourselves in game certainly have a chance at a 6 minute mile. Flying.
The professor has a -1 to Constitution, so I don't know about that one, but okay.
Well, you got to power through. But as far as flying is concerned, which is
Put something sciencey on the other end of that mile.
well, you're flying, so it's not
I know,
not
I was
running.
just
So you do have a little bit more speed in the air. So it wouldn't take a couple minutes, probably. 2.5
What's your fly
minutes or so.
speed with fly?
I can take, I can summon Aurora again. Just takes 10 minutes.
If we want to be stealthier, I could turn us into wisps of clouds.
That
I was
might be a better
I was thinking of
idea.
something like that too. We could come in from the disguise the Hartnell as a cloud or in the forest, and then we could have Agnew turn us into something small enough that we can fly in.
How about we go with the Wisps idea and we disguise the Hartnell in the forest?
Okay. In the forest itself, if you had like a top-down view, it'd probably be about 4 or 5 kilometers square. So a couple miles and a half, roughly, square miles. I don't know does anyone even know how big a fucking acre is anyway? I don't know how many acres that is, but it seems like a decent size forest. So it just depends on, do you want to be like really close to the edge of the city? Do you want to be on the other side? Do you want to be in the middle? Stuff like that. The tree cover is pretty significant regardless of where you're at on there.
Not directly at the edge, a little bit in, but not directly at the edge either.
Right.
Sort of you know, a little bit in, so it definitely has tree cover and someone who, like, if someone landed right on the shore of the island, for lack of a better, the edge, they wouldn't immediately come upon it. I'm gonna disguise it anyway, but.
All right. And so you're gonna have to leave cloud cover and get to that and sort of float around it and then get inside. Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll me a dexterity check again with proficiency.
22.
Okay. Take the Hartnell and sort of let it float it down and take it around the edge of the forest and move it around. You start to come in between the space where you need to traverse between the sort of forest island and the larger spire city, and then you easily tuck it into the trees a little bit. At a certain point, it's a little hard to navigate, so you can probably get it about 100 feet into the tree line, and then you set it down. The floor of the island here seems to be a normal forest floor with these sort of silvery pine needles that, as they seems as they die, they turn a rusty color, like normal pine needles. It seems, but and were you disguising the Heartlock?
Let's go with like one of the surrounding trees.
Okay, it can't be nearly as tall.
That's fair.
Not even close.
Are there? Do I see any like stumps or anything?
Not where you're at.
What about rocks or any other topographical features other than?
Not really.
Okay.
Seems to be mostly trees where you're at. There's some foliage, like there's like. You'd be big for a bush, small for a tree. There's definitely no boulder size, like.
Yeah. Let's go bush. I'll go big bush.
Yeah. And that's not for the memes. That's because you feel it. Yeah. What kind of bush? Heart-shaped?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Heart-shaped bush.
You got to get the theming in there. You got to do it. It's a branding thing.
Yeah, damn right. Okay. So.
Well, now I know what Professor's pubes should have looked like in that fucking picture I did.
It's a reverse pube part, though, so the middle is the bald part. Yeah.
Classic.
Cut out.
Yep.
That drawing is canon. Fact.
All right, so.
I don't even think I gave her shaped pube hair, did I?
I don't remember.
Wait, you drew a lewd with the vajayjay out?
Yeah.
I didn't know the vajayjay was out.
They're on my Patreon only. The versions of the succubus ones had nude versions.
I'll go. Hold on. I'm gonna go. I'll see if it.
I'm gonna go look at it right now.
Anyway, so I guess if you're into that, there you go. Did not.
Yeah,
know
no, I
that.
just gave them like little cutesy patches. They weren't shaped in any particular way.
No longer canon.
That was succubus version though.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, you've landed. What do you want to do?
Right.
We're ready. I can start the spell.
Let's be clouds. Sounds fun.
Okay.
Okay. Once I do this, you can revert back to your normal form. You just have to concentrate on it for about a minute. And you can also turn back into a cloud by concentrating on that for a minute.
How long does this last?
8 hours.
Sweet.
That's actually really good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So,
I will
you
spend a minute casting Windwalk.
as you step out to do so,
Yes.
I assume. So you can open the Hartnell door, which would be hilarious If you're just like, bleh, bleh,
And then we can't open the door.
Yeah, you can't open the door in cloud form. It has to be a space that you can go through, and the Hartnell is sealed. So you step out. Smells like a forest. Feels like a forest. It's quiet. Minus the wind that blows through the trees with the whistle. It's a little spooky, I guess, but it's bright out. It's a nice blue sky day. Agnir spends a little time chanting a little thing and making sure you don't move, but you have a minute to do something else if you'd like to.
No,
Okay.
I'm good.
just gonna wait for this to finish.
All right. So, you wait for the incantation to finish, and then you start to feel tingly in your extremities, like you slept on your arms and legs, and like they're falling asleep, and then it gets cold, and then that slowly sinks in toward the center of your body, and there's a moment when you lose the sort of, I guess, gravity that you're used to pulling on your body, and you almost feel that lift in your insides when you go down a steep hill, and you become weightless, and your vision becomes non-directional, and you see the world in sort of a... You ever see those extreme sports head cam videos where everything's a big circle? It's like that. And you are suddenly wisps of air.
That's disorienting.
You can't speak to each other.
Okay, that's an oversight.
We
I'm
should be able to all see each other, though. So
You can
I'm just
all
gonna
see each other sort
wiggle
of...
up and down a little bit
Yeah.
as like a follow me thing, and then start floating over towards the island.
Okay, you sort of look like reverse Dementors as you have these little
It's like
white
in an
wisps
MMO when you can't talk. You just
of water vapor as you traverse. And what's the speed on those? They're actually pretty fast.
300 feet, and your only actions are dash or revert, so might as well be 600.
So yeah, so you just like, and you just take the fuck off, and in moments, you have crossed the threshold, and you are in the sort of white-spired city. Not silvery, white, like almost like clouds. And as you cross and get closer, the streets are very ornamental and very, very pristine. They're carved in geometric patterns of more of a wispy geometry, not the hard, jagged stuff that you saw with the Dreamer, but very flowy and interesting. Almost no corners at all, but still with the recurring patterns. Made of some material that resembles white stone, but seems to... It's either reflecting the sky, or it's got like a layer underneath that maybe makes it like shift and move a little bit, like clouds. It's a little disorienting to look at. But the buildings themselves, very, very tall and pretty. But you don't see anybody here. Do you want to maintain mist form and look around the city without being able to talk, or use some of your other? You can't make perception checks. You can't make.
do we see any of those like winged creatures that are like looking at us?
You're too deep into the city to see that space that was.
Okay, then is there a place that we could get inside of, maybe? Where
As
we're like
Wispy
in
Boys,
a building or something?
as Wispy Boys, you can't really make perception. The only actions you can take are dash and revert. So it's like sort of like this feeling of constant movement, and you're drawn to just sort of whip around.
So we can't.
You can't make specific intention things. There does seem to be like portals or doorways.
So I can't go and just whoop into a doorway?
You can, but you're not going to be able to like scope out the situation in the way that you would where you're not in this form. Does that make sense?
If we get into a doorway, though, we can at least revert, hopefully safely.
Cool. Yeah, you could do so right now. It seems, but you just like you're just in constant motion. It's a little bit different than being able to sit there and like really focus on something. Your air. It's a strange feeling.
Okay,
It's a
well, I
little
assume since
little
we're following
intoxicating.
Alenia and we can't speak, we have to keep following.
You don't have to do anything. You do have free will.
Fair. But that way we can at least
Okay.
keep track of each other.
I'm gonna look for any sort of open doorway or covering or something to just float into so we could revert.
Okay. You do so. It it seems to be this sort of awning area that is covered by some sort of again this maybe disc that is a platform around a lower part, maybe a story up from the conical structure, and it seems to bridge across to another one, and it sort of gives you more like this underpass feel. And then
Go in
Okay.
there and
then you do okay.
revert.
Yeah,
Then you
follow and revert.
for about 60 seconds you revert, and now you can look around and you're getting definitely the cold, not terribly cold, not like ice or anything. It's not, but it's chilly in this plane, especially outside of the tree cover, as wind again sort of whistles through this artificial forest. You absolutely feel alone. Like it's nothing really going on. But you are now under this sort of again sort of overpass, maybe a walkway or something. Looking out, and as you can sort of like reorient yourself, you do see that a lot of the buildings have very flowy script written on them. It is a dialect of Primordial that Avelio speaks and reads.
What does they say? If I can see
it is
them.
Orin. They seem to be addresses.
Okay.
So there seems to be or maybe not addresses, but definitely like familial house names.
Okay.
So they seem to denote who has these homes. And so apparently where you're standing is homes.
Okay. And how close are we to the giant spire?
The giant spire, if you sort of dip out a little bit, if it was a straight line, it'd be a very quick walk. Maybe 10 minutes. But you don't know if it's going to be a straight walk, so.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be roadways similar to your nest where they're not really using the roadways. In fact, you step down onto this and your feet leave behind like tarnish marks that probably have never touched this surface before. These are relatively unused, in the spaces to get in to the buildings are up and elevated. Actually, they're near the top now that you look at them.
Okay.
Which is probably why Elenia ended up ducking into here instead of one of the doorways, because there are none.
Makes sense.
So,
We need to get our way to the spire. So we can either walk, but we'll definitely leave footprints. Or some kind of path.
we could continue to float as gas over there.
That's true. We can't really see our surroundings, though, for that.
No,
Well
but we
enough.
get there and pop out if we need to, for any reason.
True.
It's fast.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Might as well just make a beeline to the most likely
Revelius,
find the Empress.
Revelius, you should lead the way on this one, I feel.
Okay.
All right, so you want to wisp up toward the main spire?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You guys spend another minute focusing on that transition, and you float away. Doesn't take long, much less than 10 minutes, not walking. So you float up, and you definitely see those bird-like creatures just sort of floating around the top of it. And as you reach the apex of this, there does seem to be a sort of thin disc-like platform around the top, and seems to be like an archway that you can move into.
Yep.
Okay. You
Straight for the archway.
into that, and as you cross the threshold of the archway, you all spill out onto the floor against your will, seemingly dispelled
Oh, fun.
as you tumble a little bit. I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy, my favorite.
Ooh.
Hey, you all get +7.
Nope.
No?
Well, your aura wouldn't work in the mist form, so it depends on the dex save where you're at.
I got a
Or can I
28.
misform?
20.
Yeah, you would not in your mist form have your normal aura.
Okay, then 3.
3? Okay, yeah. You're gonna be one of the last people through then. And what was yours?
Icilius 7, Agnir 17.
Okay. Not terrible. Icilius got 7?
That one.
Jesus. You guys take 2. Elenia and Icilius take 6. Bludgeoning damage just from sort of crashing across the floor here as you sort of squeak across a little bit. Now your aura, as you pop into your normal form, is active.
Is that reduced by my resistance to non-magical bludgeoning?
No.
Okay.
Just sort of a haphazard tragedy thing that happens.
Mithril won't. Oh,
Well, no, that's
protect
against
that
that's against an attack you're defending against, not like a fuck. Ah! You know what I mean? You flop out onto the floor here, and it dispelled the effect, but you still feel like you could opt back into the cloud thing. Like, it didn't affect it's not really concentration, I guess, for that, right? Right.
No, it's not
Yeah,
concentration.
so the spell is still in effect, but the I guess the initial effect is belayed, and you are in what seems to be an observatory. It's got a flat space. It's got a spiral, kind of a staircase, but it's more of a slide that seems like someone would just fly up it, but it's ornamental in design. It's more like bars that sort of move down, like in a double helix, that have nothing in between them. And there are papers around in scrolls. There's looks like the top of this might split open because there is hanging from these long sort of silvery cables suspended on another disc, this telescope of sorts. It doesn't quite look like the same construction of telescopes that you've seen in the past, but it's similar. It seems to be like a long tube. There seems to be glass involved or crystal or something. There does seem to be a way down. And it is otherwise not lit in here. What do I do?
Is there any like how in buildings they have like directories like on the wall, like it was like up these stairs goes this way? No?
Nope,
Okay.
it doesn't look like an office building. This seems like a personal space.
Oh, we should probably head down.
It's about 30 feet side to side, circularly.
This is like an observatory. Is there anything here? Like,
Or is it just empty space?
I just described it. There's
Okay.
there's papers on tables around the edges, in scrolls. In the center, on above you, there seems to be hanging a telescope on cables suspended inside a disc, or sort of like a shock mount for a mic. And then the center.
Okay.
Of in the center of it,
looking
it's-
at some of the papers.
I'm gonna start looking at the papers because they're probably in Orin.
Oh, they're
Can I
definitely
read?
in Orin.
Can I reach the telescope?
Can you reach it? No.
Like, how high up is the area for it?
Oh, it's probably a good 30 feet up.
Can I misty step onto any solid surface? Because I can misty step up there if
You
I
have
can
to
see.
hop a little bit to, because your feet have to get to 30 feet. Unless you want to hang on it and pull yourself up, then yes.
Are there any chairs around? Although Aarakocrans are smaller, so it would be a small chair. Is there a desk or something I
There's
can
not-
stand on to?
There's not a chair. The desks themselves are not. They're attached to the walls. It seems.
Just have Alenia hoist you up.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, roll
Alenia.
an investigation check in general for other shit.
25. God, I love precognition or whatever the heck it's called.
Foresight.
Foresight.
Still
I always
foresight.
forget.
I don't know why. It's not Spider-Man.
Yeah, I can hoist you up there if you need.
Please do.
Okay, well, an investigation check. First, you do see many scrolls around. You also see a few tiny, like, ruby-looking, sort of like really tiny diamonds that seem to be part of a brassy set of like instruments. You're unfamiliar with the instruments, though. They seem to be in like a small case, about the size of like two packs of cigarettes stacked next to each other. Has like a little brassy lid, and just seems to be different sized ruby.
I'm gonna grab that in case it's part of the apparatus for the telescope.
Okay.
I have no way to know, but
Yeah.
It could also be someone's stuff, and they might not actually need that.
is that
In
a
a
nice
weird
way
way.
of saying we should steal this?
Yes.
Okay. Also looking around, you do see a couple things that seem to be comfort related. specifically, you see shoved under one of the desks. You see a smaller version of what looks to be like some of those lounging cushions that you've seen in Avelios' home before, kind of like for one person to sit with. There is also up near the sort of apparatus up there. There does seem to be like it'd be a platform that you could stand on, and there seems to be some sort of on the other side of it. From the opposite the doorway you came in, and up, there seems to be some sort of interfacing mechanism there. That's other than the papers around that you didn't look at specifically. That's it.
I was gonna start looking at the papers.
Yep.
Alenia, would you lift me
You
up
do
so I
that.
can teleport?
I was gonna say, you do that while I carry
Okay.
her.
Okay, so you carry her up real quick. Are you staying up there?
I mean, I'll hold her.
She
as
doesn't
long
need
as
to be
needs
held.
be.
She can just be dropped off on the platform.
Oh, yeah, then I guess I could just drop her off.
Right, and are you staying
And
up
then I'll
there?
fly back down.
Okay. So you...
I'll stay, underneath her in case she falls for whatever reason and I have to catch her.
I
Okay, you step...
don't just fall randomly.
You step on it, and it seems pretty solid. There's a little bit of a wiggle to it, but it seems to be distinctly separate from the apparatus, so you don't shake it. And so you can stand near it and also interact. You sort of start walking around. Avelios, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh, that's pretty good. 24. No, that's not right.
24.
It's a 20.
Okay. Yeah, because your int's +1, right? Unless your investigation has proficiency. I do believe it does.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm thinking.
Okay. Looking around, you do see a lot of scrolls. Some of them seem newer, I guess. Seems to be more activity, and they're almost, as you unscroll them, the paper isn't papery, like to the touch. It's more of like cold, like aluminum foil without the brittleness of aluminum foil. As you roll it out, and there are implements nearby. Kind of papers are stacked kind of against them, but with your investigation check, you kind of move them aside, and instead of like a quill and ink, you see long, thin, pointy, almost like letter opener style things with beautiful carvings in them that you think are probably used to like press into this material, and it reads. At first, it's confusing, but it reads right to left, bottom to top. And so it's a little hard to read in your brain for a second. But the gist of what you're getting as you read through these seems to be documenting the changes in conditions of the material sky. Professor, as you walk around, there is a console in front of you with made of this silvery material, and it's just sort of like a rectangle with script you don't understand, but you do see a few places with these little rubies set in that seem to make just with your passive intelligence at this point, they kind of remind you of a circuit board in the way that they seem to direct energy or something. You don't know what kind of energy necessarily. And there doesn't seem to be like a viewfinder for this apparatus, but it does. It looks a lot like a mix between like a cannon and suspended by wires, and a telescope.
Okay, so it doesn't have a viewfinder. Does it appear that it's like taking in information and putting it anywhere? Because they're like some.
Well,
telescopes...
it's not looking at anything right now. The top of this is closed, but there does seem to be a seam that runs down the center of it.
Okay.
So you would imagine that inside this building, it seems pretty obvious that this might split open.
Is there any on the apparatus itself, anything that appears to be like manual controls, any buttons, switches, nothing?
No.
Are there any wires or anything similar connective material on the apparatus are going elsewhere?
This does not look like technology. It reminds you, it evokes like the premise of a circuit board.
Yeah.
But it seems to be using magical energies in some way.
Are there any, I know you said on the circuit board looking thing there were rubies put in slots. Are there any open slots on it?
Oh yeah, lots. It sort of looks like I guess like a stream deck, or a thing you keep your dice in, where there seem to be like slots for different sized crystals, and they have like these brassy connections in between them. But it's like it's like maze-like. Some of them loop around, some of them come under, and then there's writing on them in that wavy script. It's a complex design that was probably it doesn't seem like it's made for a wide audience.
Does it appear that the gems from the floor below that I picked up, does it appear that those would fit into the slots on the thing?
Sort of. Yeah, I mean, you don't know 1-to-1. It's not as easy as the block game, where everything can go in the square hole.
Sure. Can I take out a couple of the gems and see if I can find a place where they would fit?
Yeah, go ahead and make an intelligence check.
23?
Yeah, you could. Do you want to place them in there? You do see a couple places where you're like, well, I got a match. I could. Okay, so you put one in there. Nothing happens. You put another one. You put another one. They seem to fit. It's a little snug. And in fact, you do notice that once you get it close, it's almost like a magnet where it goes, and then it will orient the little gem a little bit, as if there is a right way to put it in. It's a little imperceptible to you in general. It's not. It's an instrument that you're not familiar with at all. But yeah, it seems like this has specific. It seems like you're looking for specific information by using this, but it would take you probably hours and hours of brute force sort of like tabulation to understand the function of this apparatus, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah. But it doesn't seem out of your depth. It just seems like a time-consuming effort.
Is there writing on it? Did you say there was?
Yeah, there's writing on the little connections in between, or designs. They look similar to the writing that you saw on the outside of the things. So they must be some sort of information.
When I look around, do I notice if there's like I don't know if it would work the same here as material plane, but is there like a layer of dust or anything, or maybe something doesn't look quite as polished like it's touched?
There actually doesn't seem to be a layer of dust at all. It is pretty windy though, so maybe that like you see the wind comes through that sort of archway, and it does rustle the paper a little bit. But it seems, that it doesn't seem abandoned necessarily. Although it's literally there's no one here right now. But
what's being used to write on the paper?
The little
Yeah. You see Avella
Letter
sort
opener
of
like things.
holds up. There's multiple different ones. They're these sort of like long, thin rods of very lightweight metal that have these beautiful, again, wavy sort of carvings in them. That seems to be what's pressed into the material that is like the paper here, which again is sort of like, it feels smooth like tinfoil, but without that brittle. Like
So it's not like-
it moves like paper, but it feels very, very smooth. It doesn't have that tactile sort of wood pulp.
There's no, I guess, like, ink or anything
No.
around. It's just these writing devices. Okay.
It
Yeah.
does seem like ink.
Trying to think of anything that could give us a passage of time here.
Doesn't seem like much.
Why would everyone just, like, leave everything here?
Maybe they had to evacuate when I broke the prison open.
Possible they all. I don't know.
Oh,
They're
shit.
probably also in on some sort of plan to get to the material plane.
Can you do that thing where you get the history of an object?
Isn't
Only
that
if
only,
there's
like,
been evil here. I can try, but it takes 10 minutes.
Maybe we should explore a little bit more before you dedicate to that.
Yeah.
I also
no, I
have
think I
once a day
agree.
retrocognition, so I can sort of Sherlock Holmes the situation, and if there's any evidence that certain things have happened, I can.
Let's explore further down, and then maybe we'll find more evidence that could tell us what happened here, or where everyone went.
Okay.
There might be some people in hiding here.
Maybe. Does that even have locate creature? Wait, does that only do the nearest?
might
Because
actually-
if we said Air Cochrane, it's gonna ping.
I think I
It should
still
be
have
any-
that from
Should
before.
be. Well, is it only the nearest? Let's see.
Yeah, it'll be the nearest.
So my thing also works on a location. So if I'm just here, I should be able to do it anyways. It doesn't have to be an item. For future, if we want to do that.
Yeah, I can do locate creature.
Okay, it would be the.
A specific creature known to you or the nearest creature of a specific kind, as long as you've seen a creature up close within 30 feet.
So
You
it
could
would.
do
Damn
it
it.
to try and
It would
find
be
Air
a-
Cochrane, but
Yeah, it would be Avelia.
If you turn into mist, though,
Hmm.
and I do it, you shouldn't count as an Aarakocra, you're mist.
True, maybe.
If when we turned into mist my aura didn't work, then clearly, like, it changes our form enough to not count as
That's
what
fair.
we were.
is our magic working in here at all? Since it seems to be suppressed when we cross the threshold.
seemed
Like
like
if
it
I try and do
stopped.
prestidigitation right now.
Yeah, it's fine. It just
Okay,
seemed to
so it's
stop
just-
the effect.
Gotcha.
You don't know why, but
Yeah, I can turn into a mist and you can cast locate creature.
Okay. Do that. And then I will... Is it instant cast? Yeah, one action. So, within 1,000 feet, looking for an Aarakocra.
okay. If Velios turns into mist and starts zipping around the room a little bit. Okay, locate creature for an Aarakocra.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Close your eyes and you send out this pulse of divination. Empty.
I'm not picking up any Aarakocrans for 1,000 feet.
That's concerning.
I will zip back to Avelios.
Okay.
Forgot what that word was. Revert. That's what it was. Could you?
I have this up for an hour so we could move around.
Couldn't
You can
I was gonna
technically.
say, is it possible that the threshold or the area of the building itself is blocking the divination energy from?
Would I be able to
Not sure.
tell?
You don't know?
Can you message someone if you've never seen them before?
I think
You have
if
to-
you know their name.
Okay, well, we know the name of the Empress.
You
It's
should
Empress
probably look that
Fati.
up.
I have it written down. It's Empress Fati.
No, I mean like we should.
Oh,
should-
message?
Yeah, confirm if there's a
Oh.
way to send a message to someone you've never met.
Message. Oops. wrong button.
Message definitely isn't that because you have to see a person and point at them.
Okay,
and it looks
maybe sending?
walkie-talkie, basically.
Sending.
You send a short message of 25 words or less
Familiar
to a creature that you
creature.
are familiar.
And I assume familiar means you would have to have met them.
I would say this doesn't count as familiar, yeah. If they were particularly famous or something,
Man, think about that. You're a famous person and people just message you or sending you all the time because
you are famous.
Kanan's got to screen all his fucking calls.
Well, that's why a lot of people do anti-divination stuff.
we could do scrying maybe. Don't we have a thing to scry? I thought you could cast it, or we had like an object that did it.
I don't. We had a thing from Sig that we were using on the Hartnell.
Is it still on the Hartnell?
I
what-
don't know if we checked if that was still there after the Hartnell got taken, so I don't know.
What are you talking about?
There was
It
some
was
sort
like,
of two-way scrying device thing
Oh yeah, that got
we
taken.
had.
Okay.
That was part of the.
Okay. I couldn't remember.
And you can't cast scrying, can you?
Hold on. I thought I had it, but I haven't used it in a while.
The material components are not insignificant.
Isn't it just like a crystal ball or something?
I do
Do
have
you have a
scrying.
crystal ball?
It doesn't get destroyed.
A focus worth at least 1,000 gold.
Oh, we have diamonds. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
Wait, did we trade him?
my new focus Magnum Opus costs 1,000 gold.
Let me see.
Oh,
yeah, but
well,
it's got to be.
shit.
It's a specific focus for the.
Well, the list examples, like
Right. It's
crystal
not.
ball,
It's not a spell casting focus. It's a focus for
Gotcha.
scrying.
I understand. It's got to be
Um,
something that you could look into and see.
Correct.
Like a mirror.
crystal ball,
or
mirror,
something.
a font filled with holy water, or something else to the effect of that.
Would a Hartnell screen count because it's part of an object that's worth
No,
more than
'cause
1,000 gold? Okay.
Yeah, no, not for the particulars of the spell.
Hmm.
I know there was an upgrade for the Hartnell that turned something into a scrying thing.
Shit.
There is an upgrade that you can do. Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, well, while I have this spell still active, let's head down and hope that maybe something pops up on the edge of my detection.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab all the gems
Evelios is
from
gonna
the
have to not
telescope
be a.
and put them in the box.
Okay.
I already
they,
reverted.
they do seem to have slots in the box as you put them back. There's probably 36
Okay.
total.
Yeah, Evelios, you're gonna have to be misform if you want me to try to keep an eye out.
Okay.
Okay.
But
So
you can pop in and out.
you're going to descend to the lower level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not stairs. Are you just going to do wispy form?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
That or just fly, but
Up to you.
We can wisp. Wisp seems safer.
yeah, we'll wisp.
Okay. So you'll take a minute again and you send down, and there's a good 50 feet or so before you reach the next sort of floor, and you come down, and that sort of double helix silvery bars that spin down. They also have this nice carving on there, and then it expands out into a wider space, probably 90 feet to side. As again, it's sort of this spiry column, and in the area you have what seems to be a pretty open air living space. Items of comfort like a larger loungy sort of area. There seems to be a food preparation space, and it continues to move downward throughout the entire structure. There's a fountain nearby that has like a water feature on it that is more elaborate, I suppose, than you've seen more material plane Aarakocrans have, but it is similar. Again, you can see where the custom sort of crosses over. You see some closed kind of chests, I suppose, in this nice white stone that seem to have runic locks or something on them, like combination locks, or some kind of mechanism that intertwines with itself. It's not a key lock. It seems to be almost like a puzzle of many dials that line up in concentric circles, and then once you make the correct pattern, it seems to go. And then it continues downward. It's a very, very nice open space. And then on the walls, actually, while it is dark in here, and it's definitely not lit, so the deeper you go, the darker it gets, you can see very large, kind of on, if there were corners of this room, 4 corners of the same symbol on each wall. Looks a bit like a wavy sort of K, I guess, but with multiple layers, like 3 different distinct layers that weave together in this sort of carving. Resembles a little bit of a K. In common.
Do you guys think that? Oh, I guess we'll pop out a mistform to talk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it, or does that look like a? I'd assume that's like a house sigil, right?
Is it just a K, or is it like not say anything else other than that?
It's not a
When I
K.
look at it.
It's not a K at all. It's just, it sort of evokes the shape roughly as like
Okay.
4
And that
different sort
symbol-
of peeling off pieces that are a little bit wavy, and then they carve together. But it doesn't seem to have a word that you can read.
Not even in like Orin.
That's the language he speaks. So yeah.
Sure. Okay.
And they're all the same symbol?
Seems to be.
Weird.
If they're different, they're imperceptibly so.
Okay.
There's like not even some struggle, right?
There's
Like
just
everything
nothing.
seems like it's in its place.
Seems to be.
Maybe they figured out what was happening and decided to leave in a hurry without grabbing anything, knowing that it was pointless to waste the time.
But where would they go?
Maybe they all went to the plane of fire.
True.
Why would they all go to the plane of fire?
Well, if they're planning something similar to on the plane of Earth to escape, if they pool their resources, they might be able to escape easier together.
I mean,
If they were doing that, you think
are
they
they
would...
friendly enough with the city of Brass to do something like that?
People
No
get pretty
idea.
friendly with each other if their allyship is necessary to survive.
That's a really good thought. Because if they knew the prisoners were coming back, but they also knew they had to leave. Why would they still? Why they would just leave before the prisoners got here?
But how would they know the prisoners would be here, and how would they know?
I assume that they had some way to be able to track if that prison got open,
Yeah.
being as they put guardians and stuff there.
If I had a prison, I'd put an alarm on the door.
No one else seemed to have been aware about this movement.
May have happened very recently. Even after
It's been a
Vlad
while
slapped
since we've
her.
If
opened
so,
the
yeah, I
prison,
was
though.
gonna say it's been a while since we took down the nest. So,
Depending how different time is here. I don't know if it's the same or not, but I know it's close. But that's like what? That was easily a couple months ago. Is there
Is
more
there
that we can
enough
go down?
I was gonna say, is there enough space where there could be underground areas here? I know air cookers don't tend to like underground spaces, but
But there are underground spaces on the nest. Technically caverns.
yeah, so there might be something here.
Can we go down another floor?
There is space that goes down another floor, but it seems that this is it's like closed off by some means that you're not sure of.
Okay.
It seems like the eye of a camera that sort of closed itself. The helixes seem to go through that.
Maybe it's like a bunker.
Maybe. Maybe that's why you can't sense them. Maybe it's protected.
That makes sense.
I don't just want to dimension door into it either, because that's risky.
There's got to be some way to open it from the side. It's probably hidden.
Maybe, unless it's always open, and then the button to close it's only on the inside.
Sorry, did you say it had like a defined doorway, or was
It's
it
like a lens,
Like a camera
apparatus,
lens.
like a camera
Yeah.
lens where it like slots. In a
I wonder if like
circle.
a knock spell would work if it's locked in some way, but then you'd still need something to
And that will be really loud.
open, I guess. I can do silent knock.
Oh, true.
Does knock actually open things, or does it just unlock them?
It just
I
unlocks
think
them.
it just unlocks them, so we'd still, if it's locked, we'd need to find like
How about we start tearing apart this room, looking for anything that could be a mechanical opening?
Sure.
Yeah, we could do that.
Could I scan the apparatus, the whatever, to see if there's
How am I supposed to know what you're talking about?
the what looks to be
The
the
doorway.
iris entrance
Oh,
thing.
yeah, okay, yeah, sure. What do you want to look at it
Like,
for?
can I scan it to see if it's attached to any? Well, can I determine if it's mechanical in nature or is
It's
it
definitely mechanical in nature.
okay? Can I determine if that's pretty? I don't know. Like, can I tell if there's any, for lack of a better word, wires or anything that are somewhere in
Again-
the walls that
Again,
are.
it's not in the way that you're familiar with.
Yeah,
it,
it's like arcane, but it's using
they're
mechanical.
Not, yeah, they're not using, technology in that way. It's a very foreign place. I mean, the structure itself is made of one contiguous piece of material, it seems. This double helix structure that runs down the center, while it is ornamental, it seems to serve some sort of purpose. There are the chests that are over there. There's the symbols on the walls. There's sort of the loungy area that seems to just have these paths sort of set out.
I could detect magic to see.
I was
going
gonna
to
say you could pop a detect magic.
I'm down for that.
Okay.
Should I take 10 minutes, or you just want me to use the slot?
Probably just use the slot.
Or we can do a double 10 minutes. You can do your thing, I can do my thing.
What's your
What are
thing?
you gonna examine?
The location. I can do the location if there has been evil here, which I don't know if there has or not, but it couldn't hurt to try it.
Okay.
What's the skill?
When you reach 9th level, you have a supernatural talent for discerning the history surrounding mysterious objects.
Is it Grim Psychometry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it doesn't even take 10 minutes?
And it definitely takes meditating with the object.
Oh, wait, no, Matt changed it. I forgot. Now it's just, when you reach 9th level, you have a supernatural talent for discerning the history surrounding mysterious objects or places touched by evil. Make an intelligence check to recall information about a darker past surrounding an object you are touching or a location you are present in. You have advantage on the roll. The more the information gleaned often leads towards more sinister influence of the past and sometimes conveys visions of things previously unknown to the character on higher rolls. So he changed it to just being able to do a history check, basically, rather than meditating on something.
Oh, well, we've been using meditation the whole time, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm fine taking 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It makes sense that would
It
be
doesn't
a
say,
meditation
it
thing.
doesn't say as an action, though. Which is
Nope.
usually how you would describe that if it was...
Yeah, it just says when making an intelligence check to recall information
Guess
about a
that-
darker past.
I guess that makes sense. It's to recall information about a darker past seems like something you wouldn't have access to, though. This is more of a mystical thing now, so I would go with the old interpretation that we were using.
No, I'm fine with the old interpretation as well.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you want to accomplish that?
I'll just sit down and focus on the area itself. How
Yeah.
it's dead, cold, like just silent, lonely.
Okay, there we go.
It just feels off.
All right. So you where do you want to be for that?
I'm gonna go back up to the
Okay.
telescope room.
Kind of isolate yourself from the group.
Yeah.
Okay. So Velios takes some time and ascends pretty quick, and you just sort of set yourself up, grab that little pad and pull it out, sit down on it, cross your legs, and breathe and focus. Okay, and Professor, you're starting the incantation, pulling out different aspects of the weave to try to detect magic, setting the different settings on your wand and trying to. Nope, not quite there. The other three, what are you doing? If you want to do anything.
You go first.
I was just gonna have Icilius kind of keep an eye out for anything changing around us, anything that might suggest something is trying to sneak up on us or make a move.
Okay, so there's the apparatus below you, or I guess at the floor level. That seems to be an entrance, and there was the place you came from. There doesn't seem to be any other. Like, you could sit out on the balcony where you came from, and give Avelios his space, but you have to find a way. You have to wisp up, I guess, and get tossed out onto the balcony when you're dispelled. Or I guess you could
I'll
undo it.
focus on the iris.
Okay. You just focus on the iris in this room. Okay, go ahead and roll a perception check for that. Egnir doing anything or no? Just hanging out.
Just hang out.
Okay.
Oof, 11.
Okay. And then Elenia?
I'm gonna look around this space for anything that could be a mechanical means to open the door, like a switch, a lever, I don't know, like
Okay.
pulling stuff away from walls or looking in corners or spaces where it could be.
Okay. Roll an investigation check.
Fuck, that's not good. 8.
Okay. All right. So while this is happening, Professor, you're dialing into the particular essence of whatever this magic is, and you're trying to figure it out. Valios, as you sit there, eyes closed, focusing on your breathing, focusing on the sound of the wind, on the walls, the rustle of this paper-like material nearby, the vibrations themselves of the building. Your mind starts to drift familiarly. It's not as shocking as it has been in the past. You're starting to get used to tapping into the darker side of things. You feel the wounds on your arms heat up a little bit and then grow cool as you tap into the experiences that have been lived in this space. It's interesting because you don't get a flashbulb terrible moment. Nothing like you did when you replayed the brass mask event in the Ivory Drift. Nothing like any item you've held. But you do get dread. You get hurried timetable. You feel yourself filled with anxiety, that sort of knot in your stomach, and the sort of the omnipresent sort of pressing on the back of your head. I have to get this done. I have to get this done. And just not making any ground on what you need to do. It feels like having something important to do and having no time to do it. You feel yourself moving and you open your eyes and you're writing with different hands, scratching into these scrolls, calculations, time. You have so much responsibility. And you have to make a choice. There are people that are becoming a threat from within. But the greater threat is from beyond. And you don't know what's coming, but you know it is because things are changing. And the winds are restless. You fly up and open a brass case with small gems, and you place them in the apparatus, and the top opens up, and the telescope-like machine ascends. It opens up, and instruments pop out of it, and it starts to spin in the wind. Different lights pulse on the instrument itself. And you're so used to these now. It's just like reading at this point. Much like the Matrix blonde, brunette, redhead. You are starting to get this incredible worry and dread that it's only getting worse. You play it in your mind. You're going to have to make a horrible decision. You have to decide who lives. And the last sort of moment that you have is shutting down this apparatus. The spire closes back up. You travel down into and out of the lab and into the living space below. Dozens of faces look at you. Eric Okran. Worry on their face. And you can't hear what they're saying. It isn't. It's more like a dream. You sort of get the notion of the conversation rather than the actual words. Nobody but you in the room. They don't care about the others. We have to save us. We have to save who really matters.
What was that? My Discord kind of hiccuped.
We have to save who really matters. And if we're gonna let it out, then it's a full committal to terribly unethical practices. We're going to attack to save ourselves. And then back to yourself.
Holy shit. Okay, I'm going to go downstairs
Okay. Very quickly.
and explain all of what you just said to them. If you need a refresher, I wrote it all down.
Go for it.
While I was focusing, I got like a really big sense of dread. Like there was some timetable that needed to be rushed, and I was seeing the person who takes care of the upstairs. I saw them writing in different scrolls. There were calculations and time. They knew what was happening. The guy in the telescope, it seems like they knew what was coming, which most people did. But he said people here were starting to become a threat as well, which was interesting. And then as it kept going, I felt that he had to make a decision on who lives. And he came down, and there were people looking at him, and they were very worried. And it seems like in order to save themselves, they had to attack something. But I don't know what.
Why would they make a
That could explain
decision?
the tempest on the plane of fire. They said that they had to let something out and commit to a terribly unethical practice, and they had to attack.
You think that they went to the city of Brass to fight?
Did it seem like they were fighting?
You never
We
got
couldn't
close
see
enough.
that far. But why else would it? This says we have to let it out and we have to attack, and the other tempest is on the plane of fire.
It could be that.
Did they have the Tempest contained?
Oh,
Doesn't seem like an easy thing to do.
They could also, if it's not that, be working together to get into the material realm, and then they plan on fighting the people who live there.
maybe, but the people in the room, they didn't care about the others. They only cared about themselves. So the material plane, they wouldn't even try to attack there. Because they're only caring about themselves. The only way to save themselves, logically thinking, and if they unleash something, it has to be the Elder Tempest.
But did they have control over the Elder Tempest to release it anywhere?
I have no idea. That's the big question.
Let me look back at.
When we were talking to Lags, or whoever gave us information, they told us to seek out the city of Aqua, and that they would be able to point us towards the Tempest and the Guardians that would be there.
The Tempest is supposed to be a guardian of the city.
Right. So they probably, that would make sense that they had control of it. If it was their guardian.
Knight of Air, the Wind Dukes can lead us to the Tempest. Emperor Vati wanted to leave.
Mm-hmm.
The Aarakocrans were desperate and scared, is what he said last time. And
So,
the
in their
Dukes would have.
desperation, did they launch an assault on the fire plane?
Might have. Because
Maybe.
didn't they say that there's technically no way out of the plane of air, and the closest way would be to go out of the plane of fire? Or no, the plane of fire has no escape.
Yeah.
Remember?
I think earth and water were the easiest ones to get to the material plane from.
Correct.
So then why go to the fire plane?
Well, it's either fire,
Fire or water. Or earth. All water and earth probably not the best to fly around in, as we witnessed.
Well, fire and water are the two that are adjacent to the plane of air.
True. And water's probably not their first choice.
Why would they assume that people would be dying for this? unless it was like an aggressive war. It doesn't seem like partnership, but the Tempest just chilling with the Phoenix, like.
That we saw.
Well, we saw them flying in close proximity.
Do you think maybe they took this city
That's what I'm thinking.
and the
Maybe.
Tempest is holding the Phoenix? It was wrapped around it.
It wasn't wrapped around it like.
Well, they were like entwined, weren't they?
It was serpentine.
So maybe
you were
they
far
were.
away.
Possible-
You saw basically the gist of these things in clouds and ash.
If the planes from which it is easiest to get to the material realm are earth and water, it's possible they're working together to get to the water plane with their people to escape to the material plane, since it has the longest period before the end.
That's possible too.
Okay, are we just gonna have to turn right back around and go to the plane of fire again?
Maybe. And this place seems like a ghost town.
It is a
Ghost
ghost town.
Fine.
This thing below us might be where a path that led to the Elder Tempest. Like maybe the Tempest didn't hang out above.
True. The Tempest we fought in the nest wasn't above ground either.
They said that the Dukes were supposed to be able to basically like take us to the Tempest. So
Which is why I think they had control over it.
oh
Which-
god. Okay.
Them attacking the plane of fire with what I just learned makes a lot of sense.
We still have nothing to help us with the fire issue. I guess I could have fire shield or something, but
Can we get turned into creatures resistant to fire? That would thrive in a desert?
Do you want to fight two elder elementals as beetles?
No. But we
Wait,
might
it
have
would
to
be
fight them.
beetles? I feel like bugs are not very resistant.
There's a fire beetle that I know of.
We might not have to fight them, though. If
We're
the
probably gonna
Aarakocrans
have to
did,
fight them, but I assume we have to get close first, and we need to be able to get close to the city of Brass without risking ourselves. So, we need some way to get close to the city without being noticed to scope out the situation.
I can exert some control over the weather, but I don't know how much that would impact the temperature on the plane.
Could we mist form ourselves in the plane of fire and feel less horrible, or
no
I don't
idea.
know.
I mean, we could just tough it out and travel at as close to midnight as we can. And then when we get close to the city, if you could turn us into like fire beetles or something.
I mean,
so
I
that we
have
can-
a fire resist potion, though. I'm pretty sure it only lasts for an hour.
I would hold on to that until we have to
Yeah.
fight the Phoenix. But if we could get close enough to the city just to scope it out and see
That'd be
what's
very
going on.
helpful. At least what we got kind of helps a little bit. Even if not giving us information, it gives us something that makes sense.
Your detect magic didn't pick anything up, right?
Did it?
The detect magic is going to happen right now. I was just letting you guys have a conversation. So the detect magic, detected on the walls. Those symbols are transmutation. Also, magically, those locks on the chests are magic and seem to be your basic locking abjuration stuff. Doesn't seem to be trapped or anything. There's some light magic in literally light in small pockets on the walls. And the water feature is a little magical. It seems to evocation. It seems to produce the water itself. The iris in the center isn't locked magically, but it does seem to have a magical response. Also abjuration. Like, it isn't an arcane lock. It doesn't resemble the same signature. It's something... let me see. No, it is arcane lock. Yeah. Specifically, the thing that's different about it, since you're so familiar with that spell, is it seems to be password oriented.
So it's like you need to verbalize and then it'll unlock.
Yeah.
Or, I guess, not spell it.
Do you want to stick around and try to get into that and investigate further, or?
There might be
Sure.
some information, there might not, but can't hurt to try if we're here.
I mean, unless you have any guesses as to the password.
I would imagine it would be in Orin, which I don't speak.
True.
Fair. And guessing a password that we don't know any information of would be...
Well, we don't know what happens if you say the wrong password.
Exactly.
How would it even know? Like, we've been talking this whole time. How would it know that we're trying to say the password? Is it an
Not talking in
intentionality
Orin?
thing?
It is magical, so it could be intentional. Like,
Maybe it's you gotta say like a small phrase first, like, "Hey, Magic Iris, where's the nearest restaurant?" I'll use one of my. I'll use a knock spell on it.
Okay. You hear a loud clang. Clang.
I thought it was silent knock.
Oh, yeah.
I can use
Are you using
multiple
silent
charges
knock?
for that, but there's no one around.
Right.
Do you? Okay, I'll ask.
There are creatures, though.
I haven't felt a
We've
single
declared it
air
already.
Cochrane.
Anyway, so. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean other things aren't
Sure.
around.
I was not planning on having it be silent because I didn't think it would be an issue considering we're in a building.
But
Sure.
there's
And-
like creatures
Dark
out there.
creatures flying above the top.
Yeah, flying above the top of the tower.
Worst
'Cause I know we
case, I
talked
can either
about-
summon the Hartnell here and we can get in the Hartnell and leave, or we can kill them.
That's fair. How loud is knock?
500 feet.
You know, if we're forced to kill them, it would still mean that you use less slots to just make it quiet than fighting a bunch of things.
It's fine. I'll just cantrip them. I'll just pew pew.
Just make it quiet.
Yeah, we talked about quiet earlier, so I thought we were still doing quiet.
Is that something I can determine now, or is it too late?
I don't care.
You don't care? Fine, I'll do it silent. Jesus.
Okay. So, you cast knock silently, and the iris opens, and it is darkness below, past your vision range.
Oh, great.
Got something I could throw down there?
I'll prestidigitate and make a small rock. Prestidigitate says you
rock?
can make small trinkets like coins and stuff. They're illusory, but they...
Yeah, but it's illusory,
is
then
not
I
gonna- was gonna
can't-
say it, like, it doesn't-
Okay.
Can I just like shoot an arrow down it?
Yeah, I'll put light on an arrow and you can
It's
shoot
not
it.
material.
Oh, true.
Oh, yeah,
crystals, not
yeah,
material
magic arrow.
arrows.
We can
You
use
know
I
them.
mean,
Normal
we
arrow?
could just grab like something from upstairs if we have to, like one of those letter carvers or something.
Give me one of those gemstones or something.
Use one of my bullets.
Oh, true.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take one of the bullets and then cast light on it and then drop it down the...
Okay. It falls for a good 90 feet before ding, 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 hitting surface.
Are we gonna
Okay.
jump into the dangerous hole that we don't know what's in it?
I'll fly down there. Avelios can
Yeah,
fly down
I'll
there.
come
You
too.
guys wait up here.
Okay.
Are you sure? Because what if this thing?
Well,
it's like,
Alenia
oh, you
has
cross the threshold.
dimension
Shing!
door. Alenia can just.
I mean, we
dimension
could
door
all
us back
become
up.
gas and go down there together.
You guys go ahead.
Also, if it closes again, you can just knock and
Knock
open it
us
back
out.
up.
I'll either knock and open it, or I'll dimension door if that doesn't work. They're
Okay.
up.
I also
If you
have
want to go into the
dimension door.
scary
Yeah,
hole,
Alenia
Look,
has
I
dimension
have
door
dimension
too.
door.
so-
I could get me and Avelios out if it's just the two of us going in, and you guys wait. Okay?
okay. Enjoy the scary hole. Did you say there were chests that were locked?
There are
the
two
room.
of them, yeah.
God
All
damn it!
While they do that, I'm
She's
gonna go,
looting.
I'm gonna go to the chest.
Okay. Like I said, the chest seems to have, like built into the front of the white stony chest, seems to be a bunch of concentric circles that need to be oriented in a certain way to unlock the mechanism. It seems.
Is this? Can I lockpick this? Because I don't really stick a thing in a hole for lockpicking. I use the wand. So can I
Well, it
lockpick
would be
this?
it would be an intelligence check to solve the puzzle for it. Not a...
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Just straight intelligence.
Yeah, with disadvantage because you can't read the writing on it.
Okay, it'd be normal then because I have advantage right now.
That's fine.
24.
Okay.
Jesus Christ!
Opening up the first chest. You and there's two of them right next to each other. It seems to be kind of like a puzzle with some writing. You can't read it, but you can kind of see. It's very delicate design. Almost every movement you make, the lines match up to something. But there does seem to be a small like click when you get something right, just almost imperceivably. And you can kind of see like little wear and tear marks and kind of where it sits normally, and you get the pattern after a little bit. It takes about a minute or so, about as long as it takes them. Are you wisping or flying down normal?
Flying.
Okay.
Yeah, just normal.
So while they're doing that, you kind of it's almost like a bunch of rotary phones inside each other.
Is this like a Skyrim door where it's like it circles and circles and you gotta like...
kind of, but not made for children?
I can assume the Bethesda game design.
The easiest puzzle of all
Line up
time.
the three.
Is that a turtle? And also that's a turtle? I guess it opens. Thanks, Skyrim.
Look, the Nords weren't very good at protecting their crypts.
Yeah,
With their ancient dragon
I
Guys,
claws.
what if we forget the password is an eagle? Don't worry, we put eagle right above the mechanism. So
We
you
also
know.
put it on this claw that you have to use to open it, so it's like right in front of your
I
face.
think maybe we can not blame all Nords, and instead we can blame the guy that said you can climb the mountain.
Todd Howard.
Mountain
all Todd
climb
Howard's
guy
fault.
is a more disrespectful way to say Todd Howard. So I'm sticking with what I said. But yeah,
Wait, don't think the mountains are one thing. I'm all about the dynamic baby.
the
Remember
dynamic
the
baby. There's like 1,000 names.
This baby will look like you and your partner.
Oh.
And by that we mean its
Oh.
skin tone will change.
They changed the hair and facial features
Yeah.
a little bit, but
Wow.
You won't give a shit about this kid, but boy will they have a different model.
oh god.
Revolution. Much like one of the greatest game of all time, you pop it open, and inside there seems to be surprisingly devoid of stuff. It isn't totally empty, but it's pretty empty. There's a few what look to be like linen robes of some kind in here.
I assume they're Eric Cochran sized.
I mean, you want to pull one out and look at it?
Yes.
Yeah, you pull it out and sort of... I mean, you could wear this. You're not that differently shaped than an Eric Cochran. It just seems like a normal, nice made, sort of flowy robe with big open sleeves, space for wings. There's sort of like a secondary flap that comes down and seems to tie around the waist. This seems like a trunk where clothing was kept.
Will this fit over the professor's current outfit? Like, is it loose enough
You
that the
could
professor
probably
could
pop
throw-
it over top. You'd probably have to pop the hat off first to pull it over. It's like a combination of like sort of a Greco-Roman sort of feel. Very thin material though, very very thin. And then the back of it sort of like a cape. It flops over, and then you're supposed to tie the front of it. It takes you a little bit to kind of like understand the fashion, and it almost looks like you just tied like a hoodie around your waist. It's not a very good look on you because you don't know how to like make it look good. You don't know what people look like when they do this, but there's space for your wings you don't have as your back is sort of open a little bit. It's relatively comfortable. The sleeves are again nice and open and flowy, and you pop your hat back on, and you basically look like you're wearing a shitty poncho. Yeah. So the other two, as this is happening, you set down near the sort of glowing light bullet. You can pick it up if you'd like. And you look
I'll
around.
just cast light on my spear so that we have like a.
Okay. And you want to leave the
Figures.
bullet on the ground?
I mean, yeah, I'll pick the bullet up.
Okay. Well, that wasn't implied. So, okay.
Yeah, no, I'll pick the bullet up and then I'll cast light on my spear so we actually have like a good point of light.
Okay. You do so. And it emanates the exact amount of light that you had on the bullet. But you have a little more control over it because it's a spear, not a tiny bullet. You look around and there's a bunch of I suppose more Avelios recognizes these than you do. They're sort of hammock-like structures that he is familiar with from. Again, it's sort of the same, but again, it's like a carryover, like the difference between like Athenian architecture and Roman architecture. It's inspired by, but
it's
much
not
different and
exactly the
later
same.
than. Yeah, this seems to be a sort of space where people would lounge around the sides of the walls, and it looks a bit like a hive to you, Alenia. But this is pretty normal for a social situation. This seems like a large social space where many of the different individuals would spend time together as a community within these halls, and then on the floor nearby are many of these big water features, more so for sharing and sitting around and spending time. This is like basically a combination indoor park and living room for dozens of people. This is a large communal space. It seems like above that was a more personal space.
I'm disappointed it wasn't a communal bird bath.
Well, it's kind of that. They're literally, I mean, there literally are bird baths around. I just said that.
Oh, you said water fixtures for sitting around, but
Yeah, so
not like
sitting, if you like a giant fountain, and they sit around them. They're good, like 20 feet around, sort of pools with a feature that comes out, and then the water is still sort of trickling down. And then there is in sort of corners of the room this time, the central sort of iris stops being a thing, and then 4 different ones seem to be in the other sides of the rooms. These are all irised as well and closed. You are roughly a quarter of the way down this structure at this point, based on how tall you think it was from the outside.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's probably about 500 feet tall.
So these are just like living spaces then.
Not living spaces.
Well, social spaces,
Yeah,
know.
like a. No one would stay here long term. It's just more of a, just a community space.
Is there anything you want to keep looking for, or?
Don't think we're gonna find anything. If everyone's gone. We might find more info, but I don't really know what they would really keep down here that I didn't get up top.
I mean, if the thing that you do, can you do that more than once a day?
There is literally no cooldown on it, or use explanation description. It just straight up says whenever you do this.
Since the space above was more personal, and it seems like you tapped into the feelings of that one person, maybe in this space you can get a general sense of what the people as a whole were feeling.
Let me see if I have the old Blood Hunter stuff. See if there's any.
It was for the whole
I'll let this
structure.
dog out again, I guess.
It was for the whole structure. Okay. So it was for the whole structure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I guess we just proceed and go back to the plane of fire.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think that's our next best option, because if what we theorize is true, then everyone is there. They either signed a deal.
Else, considering the Tempest is there.
Yeah, they either formed a deal with them, or they took over. Judging by the fact they said we have no choice but to attack, I assume the latter.
And anyone who survived that might be a slave right now, if we know what we
If
know
they
about the
survived.
slave dress. So. Okay. Then we'll proceed with plan, get back to the plane of fire, and turn into beetles.
Yeah.
Okay, so you float back up.
Yeah.
Professor's wearing a
The professor
shitty
is
poncho.
going to be knowing they're coming back and posing in this.
Where are you going with this, Professor?
What are you?
What do you think? Good luck?
No.
I feel like there's 2 empty holes on your back that aren't filled.
What is that? What are
What are
you?
you-
What
Are
is
you broken?
this?
I'm posing.
Is that a pose?
Suppose, yeah.
It looked
It
more
looked-
like dance.
I'm not a big poser.
It looked less like a dance and more like your body stopped knowing what to do.
That happens a lot.
That's fair.
I'm committed to this now, at least until tomorrow, though. It's
So
a
you
bad
just,
decision, but I stick with my bad decisions,
you
okay?
just
Why?
open the chests?
I'm gonna try and open the second
Probably,
chest.
Oh god.
if
Okay.
we go back to the fire plane, you probably shouldn't wear that.
Roll an intelligence check.
25.
All right. You open it, and
I've been rolling hella good today.
inside it, you find a few more articles of clothing. Excuse me, eyeball hurts. And then at the bottom of it, you find another robe, and as you sort of file through it, and you touch it, it sort of tingles your fingers a little bit.
I'm gonna pull that out.
Okay.
Is my detect magic? Well, I guess it depended on how long it took them to get out of the hole. That last 10 minutes.
The hole. They flew through a doorway. It's just a vertical hole doorway, I guess. It's not a hole. It's a room.
It's a vertical doorway into another room, which is a hole. What is a doorway if not a hole by another name?
Firefighters
Jesus
slide down
Christ.
holes to get to their. That's
They
true.
do. They slide down holes,
All right.
which is
So-
like a door between floors.
These have totally different connotations, but
You're kind of.
I'm not. I am a man. I'm a man. Punch Hitler.
My point is, with if my detect magic is still up, I should be able to tell the School of Magic on the
your
road.
detect magic is certainly still up. It only took you
Great.
about a minute and change to do all of this. Yeah, it is a. It is a robe that has a few schools of magic to it. Abjuration being one of them, which is protection magic, and evocation being another.
You should identify that robe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll do an identify real quick.
Okay. Which will drop your detect magic.
That's fine.
Okay. And are you burning a slot for it, or are you doing the ritual cast?
Yeah, I'm burning the slot. I guess we want to get out of here.
Okay. So, you go to identify it and hold it in your hands for a second and sort of scan. Cast some magic on it, and this is a robe of the Wind Duke. It gives you resistance to lightning damage. It also grants you access to the following while wearing it and attuned. The cantrip Lightning Lure, Call Lightning, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Bolt, and Chain Lightning.
Oh,
Damn.
holy shit.
What were those again? Sorry, lightning lure, and then what?
Lightning Lure, Call Lightning, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Bolt, and Chain Lightning.
Wow. Okay.
Lightning Lure can be used infinitely. It's his cantrip. And then it has 6 charges.
Okay.
Taking a charge per slot level. The first 3, Call Lightning, Lightning Arrow, and Lightning Bolt, are all third level spells. And then Chain Lightning is a 6th level spell. But you still know how to... You don't have to prep them. You still know how to cast those spells, and can you choose to use spell slots for them.
Okay.
But it is attunement.
Does anyone happen to want this? Because my attunement slots are all up.
Oh, I'm sorry. And lastly, it allows you... It allows you to speak telepathically with any elemental creature from the plane of air within 100 feet.
That could be hella helpful.
Yeah.
Ah, well, looks like I have an attunement slot open. Because I have 5.
Throw
Yeah,
it
I
his
don't have
way.
any.
Okay. You take it. And it's a white and silver sort of more of a tabard than a cloak. It sort of goes around the front. Very similar to Alenia's old tabard, where it just sort of is this thin cloth that goes around your neck, kind of to your collarbones, then down the middle, and then tapers off the back, and then has a tie around the center to go around your waist.
What was the... I have Lightning Lure, Call Lightning, Lightning Arrow, Chain Lightning, and
Lightning bolt.
Lightning Bolt.
And it has Orin runes that run down the center of it that glow a slight bluish silver once attuned.
Does it just recharge per day?
Per long rest.
Per long rest? Okay. Is it all 6, or do I have to roll like a...
No, it's all 6.
Okay. And then...
And so it really just fits over your normal armor pretty regularly. And then it provides you telepathic communication to any elemental creature that is based in air. So an air elemental would work.
So if I summon my air elemental, I can talk to it?
Correct.
Hell yeah.
Telepathically.
Yeah.
Yep. So you don't even have to like outwardly speak, and it's free action unless it's longer than, if it's a quick message, if you're in a fight or something, and then it gives you resistance to lightning damage.
Okay. I have everything. We're good.
All right.
I wish I have to attune to it still.
It does take an hour to attune.
I'll just keep it on.
Okay. So tie it around the center, and it looks pretty good with your armor set as well. So
Hopefully they don't get mad at me for pillaging their chests. I'll just blame it on Professor. It's fine.
That's cool.
Everything's her fault.
True.
okay. So what do you want to do?
Okay,
Probably
well,
head back to the plane of fire, I assume.
seems like it.
On the plus side, we got good information for coming here, so it was worth it.
I guess so.
Do you want me to call the
possible.
Hartnell, or do you want to turn back into clouds and fly back?
It's really up to you.
Probably best that we just fly back, right?
Okay.
Probably.
Okay. So you're gonna go. Let me froze for a sec. You're gonna go stand on the balcony and wispy form and fly back to the Hartnell.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
You made a face. Sure you don't want to.
Are we when we're standing on the outside? We're beyond the threshold, right? Like there's a little. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we didn't like do that inside, and then immediately get
Just
fall. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can walk through. Any effects that are on you get dispelled. So probably, I don't think you have anything. Your light spell gets dispelled, I guess, if you haven't done it already. You walk through the threshold. You do see those bird-like creatures with the antlers about 300 feet up above you, just sort of circling and looking around. And then you see across the way, probably about 500 feet or so, you do see that other spire that's a little bit shorter, and then those creatures, those humanoid creatures, are sitting there perched. And they look again like naked humanoids, but now you can see that they have clawed feet and sort of like ratty hair that hasn't been cleaned a long time, and they're oddly like human with wings as they sit there, and you can see them sort of like turn their heads toward you as you start the process of mist. You start concentrating on that. You can see them look over to each other. Look back. You see just two of them and dip below the skyline that you can see as they jump off. Roughly in your direction.
I think we just try and dip.
Still thinking about
Being a cloud.
Still thinking about being a cloud. Then
We're fast.
yeah, it takes a minute. So a little bit of time goes by. You're about halfway done with the a little bit over halfway done with the process of tapping into. Basically, you just think cloud, and you slowly start to turn into this form, and you can swear you start to hear this sort of like distant, beautiful melody, this harmony of voices. Oh, sounds like the Halo theme song. Oh, I need all of you to make wisdom saving throws.
It's harpy time, bitches.
You do get Alenia's aura here.
Yeah, my aura.
That's gonna be with the aura a 30.
28.
24.
Agnir 25. Icilius 27.
Okay. This chorus. You can feel yourself with the intrusive thought of, I should just jump off. I should just jump off this tower, and it'd be interesting to just feel free and fall. And you shake the thought as you become mist forms and float away unscathed from the situation and move toward the forest island. shift and dodge through the white spires of the city. You cross the threshold of the forest, almost imperceptibly to anything else that would be looking out here. And then through the trees. And you see the heart-shaped bush of the Hartnell. You spend a minute concentrating on your more corporeal form. You're landing softly on the forest floor. And it's at this moment that Evelios, Icilius, Egnir, you all notice shimmers against the forest, against the bush, against the forest floor, like warbles of heat. Maybe 3 dozen.
We should probably hurry.
You're
Get the
15
fuck
feet away
in
from.
the bush.
Yeah,
15
we need to
feet
get
away
the
from
fuck
the
in the
bush.
Hartnell.
You take a step towards that, and everyone suddenly
Oh god.
boom, you hit a wall.
Oh,
Oh no!
And you look around you,
Here we go again.
and it seems like your perception as you look and you see Evelios sort of boom, bump into something through the. Although you do see these like heat sort of shimmers, there seems to be another thin layer in between you and that. A familiar one. You seem to be encased in a wall of force suddenly, on all sides, including the top.
Cool.
Weird taste.
And then a shimmer starts to move forward from the bush itself. And it's sort of much like the Predator, a little humanoid shaped. All of you recognize this effect at this point as it's pointed out to you. These are individuals under the invisibility spell. Your passive perception is just so high at this point, unless they're an expert spellcaster. It drops. Just on one. The one standing in front. You see a deep blue skin. A white short hair with a ponytail that comes down to the side that's braided and then tied with tight leathers, a thick sort of blue woolen scarf, padded shirt, and white eyebrows with notches in them, and tattoos on the face like swirls. Some earrings in the left ear that seem to dangle down with little pearls on the end of them. Elf-like ears, but not quite. And then just steely, silvery blue eyes. What have we here? In common.
Sorry, we just needed to get
Yes.
we're passing through we don't want to be an imposition. If we could just...
Oh, you're not an imposition. We saw you enter the forest. My forest.
Oh, this is your... It's nice. I like the trees.
You look different from the denizens that were here before, Eric Cochran. Short. Where have you been
Yeah.
hiding?
Not really hiding, just different plane.
Sort of scans you over. You can see these shimmers are sort of moving around. Some of them are up in the tree branches. Some of them are behind you now. You're surrounded. You are within this wall of force, though.
I'm sure we can talk this out, and we don't want to be a threat to each other.
Don't we?
I'd prefer to
Definitely
not fight
not.
if we could avoid so.
Good. Sort of squats. Sort of just rocks back and forth on the balls of his feet. Takes a sword out of his side and sticks it in the ground and sort of uses it to sort of bends. You know something? You look pretty familiar. Wouldn't you say, boys? Pretty familiar.
Never been here before, so don't know how that's possible.
Ah.
Familiar in what way?
Our luck never been better, I think. Pulls the sword out. Think we got ourselves a prison warden.
Wait.
No? That is
Um,
definitely not
Oh,
true.
yes, it's true. You wear the
Wait.
crown of the prison warden.
No, no, no.
Oh, you mean I'm
We're
the
in the
one who
prison.
saved you?
We
That's what you mean.
we broke the prison.
Yes.
I broke the prison, and I
Interesting.
let you out.
Shink.
You should be thanking me, not trying to fight me.
Oh, I'll be thanking you. Looks over to the pretty conspicuous bush.
Branding is important, people, okay? Never forget that. Branding
Now, why
comes
do I
first.
have a hard time looking at this?
I don't know. Some people aren't real big on sculpted. It's a little tacky. I'm not going to say it isn't, but, you know. I don't know. I think it looks nice. Also, perception field. Anti-perception field.
Does that help? You see a shimmer. And a woman in white robes with sort of a medallion. Lighter blue skin, long white hair, still with the braids. A blue sash around the middle. Yes. Takes a second and the Hartnell just turns into the Hartnell.
Don't touch my box.
Huh.
I'm a child.
She steps forward next to him. He reaches out for her and they touch hands, and she runs her fingers through the back of his hair, touches his face, then looks at you. With this, it seems you have been able to cross planes.
Yes. And we're going to get back into it and leave. We'll leave you be. This plane is all yours. Everyone appears to have left.
From my point of view, I think we found our way out.
You wouldn't know how to use it. It's not really a tool. It's alive, and it can say no.
I suppose.
It's not gonna move unless she's in it.
Looks you over. Well. I suppose we'll have to find our way in. And be convincing.
Or we could work together.
We
Help
both
each
would
other
like
out.
to leave. Would be great.
How do you feel about the elemental plane of fire?
Why?
We have business there, and if you were willing to help us with our business, we would be able to escort you there, where we will do our business, and then we can take you
Yes, the
to
war.
the material plane, if that is.
I'm more than happy to avoid such a thing.
The
And I'm
war?
more than happy to avoid giving you a ride.
Well, I don't know that you're in much of a space to bargain at the time.
Oh, I definitely am. I will die before you steal my life's work.
Would you
I've
like
done
to
it
help?
before.
If you die, I steal your life's work.
No.
She doesn't really
It'll be a
die.
bush forever. Actually, it's not a bush anymore. It'll be a locked outhouse. And it'll sit here until the end of the world, which is in like a month. Less than a month.
Yeah,
Fortnight.
definitely
A
less
little
than a
over a
month.
fortnight.
Really?
Yes.
Yes,
You don't
really.
know about what's coming?
Why do you think we want out?
It's not going to save you.
Right. So
It won't save you if you get out of here.
we can
Because
work
it's all
together.
going to go away.
I'm assuming you need a way to the material plane.
Oh, yes. We have...
How many people do you have that you need to transport?
Enough.
How much is enough?
Well, right now, as you may or may not be able to see, you are quite surrounded.
We understand that. There's sort of a maximum occupancy, which is
We're-
why.
I'm trying to figure out a solution that could work for us here.
Is it
For
under
all
a
of us.
1,000?
It could be.
Okay.
If that's the case, we can come to an agreement here. You won't have to figure it out or fight with them with using it if you just work with us, and she can take you where you need. We still have to get a couple of things in the elemental planes, but we need to get back to the material plane before things collapse. So, there's space there where you can stay for the time being. You don't have to get interfered with anything else we're doing on the material plane. You'll be safe in there, comfortable, there's food, places to sleep.
Then you mean to keep us in there while you do your business?
You could always come and help us.
Unless you want to help us, you're free to leave and come and go as you want. But we will be leaving destinations at certain times, so.
We could probably get to the material plane quicker if some of you decided to help us with our tasks.
We could probably
Which-
get to the material plane quicker if you took us there immediately.
If
That's
we
not on the
go
table.
there right now, the time dilation would
Oh,
ruin a
well
lot of
then-
things.
If that is not on the table, then neither is your release.
I could get out
Oh.
of this. For the record, I'm being nice right now.
Look, the quickest way to ensure that you get to the material plane safely as you want to be and not caught in some weird time loop while the world is being destroyed would be to come with us. She knows how to work the thing. We've gotten lost for like a month before traveling in it. And we don't even have that much time left.
There seems to be a situation here where maybe you don't understand what I'm saying.
We can't just take you to the material plane right this second.
Yes, you can.
No.
How would that mess with our if we were to have to
It would
plane shift
fuck
back
everything.
to the elemental planes?
It's not happening. It's not on the table. It's off.
That would totally
Yep.
risk losing time, right?
It's not happening.
What do you mean it would risk losing time?
Like the time dilation between travel.
There's not that.
Between
we
the
don't have
elemental,
any.
there's none. I thought you said there was a minimal before, but there's no time dilation between the
No, we
elemental
talked
planes.
about
and
that before. It's the chaos that gets weird. The Fae and the Shadowfell do.
So we could take them there, but what do you plan to do in the material plane when you get there?
Now, what concern is that?
We live there. We live
have,
there.
Yeah, it is our home, and we have people we care about there.
Yes.
So I'm assuming you wouldn't want to bring them to harm in any way.
It's fascinating that you would jump to such a thing.
I mean,
Gestures wildly at the
You have us in a
Circumstance.
box, and you're trying to steal our means of stopping the literal end of the world right now. So that's where my assumptions are going. You are literally endangering every single life in existence right now by impeding us.
Huh.
Even your own.
You seem very righteous. You seem like the types of individuals that would walk with the jailer. I can promise you such a thing. Take us to the other side of the world, where your people are from, and leave us there.
I can try. I've never been to the other side of the. Well,
You do
Well.
know that it's coming for the material plane too, right?
Child, I don't need you to explain how things are working, okay? What I need you to do
I was gonna
just to
make
be
an
clear,
offer,
we
but
have a means of getting the material plane and you don't. Calling us children, not super helpful.
I didn't call you a child.
She's not a child.
When do they mature?
Before this.
You look much older than the rest of them. It's possible you have the wisdom.
I'm
One-
with child right now. Like,
It's possible you have the wisdom that one gains with a long life. Possibly the elf would also. You want expediency? We want a way out.
and I just wanted to say that if you're trying to survive,
Mm-hmm.
there is a group of a bunch of different individuals on the material plane coming together to try to hold out to the end. If you want to put your efforts in with them.
Why are you trying to recruit me? I do not want war.
You
It
don't
doesn't
have a
matter if you
fucking
want it or
choice.
not, it's gonna happen.
It's
and if
coming
we lose,
for
everyone
everyone.
will die, including you.
I am not.
You can't run.
I'm not trying to run. I'm trying to escape this second prison.
To enter a third.
Now, why
The
would
material plane is a prison
Think
for all
about
of us until we ensure it's going to be safe.
Then
We're all on death
ensure its
row.
safety.
We are
It means
trying.
nothing to me.
Well,
Do you not understand what's at stake here?
I don't.
you keep saying don't explain it, but you definitely act like you don't know what's
I
happening.
absolutely do know what's happening. I am not interested in the war. If
So-
we
Oh
are
It's
my
to,
not a
fucking
war.
God.
if we are to fail, I will not be allying with you. That
No,
is
because
for
you'll
sure.
be
How do you
dead.
intend to survive the universe ending?
I didn't say anything like this.
So you don't want to
Jesus.
survive. You just want
So
to go
then
and
why
spend your
go
last month.
to the material plane?
Because this plane is falling apart first.
Yeah.
If you are to save it, go for it.
You're
I am
gonna
not
go
interested
sit over
in-
there for a month?
Trying to.
Yes.
Why?
It's interesting. Do you only save people that you know will fight in a war effort, or
No, but
No,
I'm just...
but you kind of are using us. You trapped us and are implicitly threatening us if we don't take you back where you want to go immediately, that you're going to kill us. You're not
Yes.
some random person. You're someone who's basically holding us hostage.
Yeah, and if you're willing to go through all of this for the sake of your survival, I figured, I don't know, maybe you'd actually give a fuck to try to help your survival in the long run. And instead of surviving for just a month, survive for much longer.
we are not interested?
Then
You're
die.
gonna run away just to
Yes.
die somewhere else.
Again,
Every one of you that just dies to the enemy adds to their number. They turn you into them.
I have a question, just, morally, ethically. If I'm to take you to the material plane, let's say we save the world and you continue to exist. What did you get locked up in the first place for? Just
for not being like him.
you're claiming that this was entirely racially motivated because you were not Aarakocra and you were locked away and for no other purpose?
Because much like you, there were expectations. They had goals. We care not for their goals. They try to persuade in ways. Some ways worse than others. Threatening, of course, death and doom and destruction. Forcing us to fight. Once we defend ourselves, we are deemed criminals.
So then you just turn
Can
into
I-
them?
Can I insight check this, by the way?
Yeah, go ahead. Turn into
So
them.
what are your
You are
goals?
You're
literally...
literally
You're
acting
doing the-
just like them.
I expect nothing else from your scum kind, you tiny bird piece of shit.
I will kill
And
all
she
of
points at you, and I need you to make a
Stop.
saving throw right now.
you. What kind of save?
I don't know. We'll see. It's it is it is
Can I counterspell this?
No, it's fine.
Is it too late?
It's fine.
Professor would try and counterspell this, and you certainly wouldn't have a chance to say no.
fair.
It is a Constitution saving throw. You can try to counterspell if you'd like.
I will. I'll just cast it at the normal level. I assume I'll have to roll.
Okay, go ahead.
Unless it's over a 9th level, then I'm good. Yes.
Okay. All right. That happens. And it gets dispelled.
As that happens,
Or
I'm gonna try and-
and then she goes, all right. You. If she does that again, end her.
really?
Yes.
I was trying
What
to
are your
defend my
goals?
friend.
No. What are
By
your
the way,
goals?
I got
What-
an 18 on that insight. Did I get anything off that? Did he appear to be telling the truth from what I could?
She appeared to be.
I apologize. Sorry.
You're doing this out of spite.
No.
Then help us understand.
You will take us to the material plane. We will not fight in your war. We will not be compelled to do so. We are not your fucking pawns. We are not
You're
to
not
be
a
held in a...
pawn.
Interrupt me again. We are not your pawns. We are not to be played with by bird scum like this false king. We are not to be trifled with. We will kill you. I do not care if the material plane or the world or anything hangs in the balance. My people are my charge. You don't get to moralize. You do not get to make decisions here. You take us, or I take
You're
us.
so out of spite because you hate
I-
the fact that we travel with an Aarakocran who's not even from here. He has nothing to do with your people.
I think tensions are pretty high right now. Can
you shut up?
No. We're at an 11. I want to make sure a bunch of people don't die. We're at an 11. Let's go down to a 5.
I'm not moralizing.
They have beef with the Aarakocrans, even though it's not
Obviously.
material. We could just take them to the material plane, and then we'll be done with this.
I didn't say we weren't going to take them. I'm trying to say that if you want the best shot at keeping your people alive, then you can join forces with us. That doesn't mean that you are under anyone's control. You're not anyone's pawn. You are autonomous. You make your own rules. You fight your own way.
Yes.
But if it helps to work with others.
Thank you for the permission. Now, again, for the last time, I'm not fighting in your fucking war.
It's not our war. It's not. What don't you understand?
What don't you
If they choose to-
understand?
If they're choosing not to participate, that is their moral right.
Let's just take them back. It's fine.
We'll take
Let's
them
just-
back.
Let's just get this shit over
They
with.
could be
and
on
think of
their
it.
way, and then we can get back to what we need to do. I apologize. This escalated from everyone. You guys have clearly been through some shit.
Recruiting
We've been through some shit.
soldiers from people.
It's not soldiers. They're people, just villagers, farmers that are preparing to fight because they know what's coming. They're
Let
scared.
them fight. I'm sure there is also a population that is not.
We don't have to agree with their actions, but they have the right to take them. Clearly, they've been forced into things in the past.
No one's forcing them. It's just cowardly.
Would you like to see how cowardly we are?
Let's not.
Oh yeah.
Let's not. No, we're gonna de-escalate. This is the opposite
Yeah,
Would
I'm
you
not.
like-
I'm
be
not.
happening.
I'm done with this shit.
Would you like us to test cowardice?
Nope, let's not. I'll let you guys. We're gonna go now. Let me out of the box, and we'll let y'all into the ship, and we'll get you the material plane faster than you can say. Threats of violence. So let's everyone. Little treaty of non-combat, and we will get this over in like 5 minutes.
She puts her hand up, and invisibility start to fall. Deep into the forest. By the time that's all done, there's about 300 soldiers pointing their weapons at you. All of which capable of at least invisibility. Herself, the gentleman next to her. And then on top of that, several of them seem to be casters. In some way that don't hold weapons themselves, but hold different spellcasting focuses. You see at least 36 of those. And you also see several younger individuals, totaling probably 800 total individuals as they move forward.
Well, we probably made the right decision on this one. All right. Wipe your shoes, please, before we...
Waves her hand in the air, and the wall drops on all of you. And she stares at Alenia. And smiles. Well.
I'll go and I'll open the Hartnell door
Okay.
and step inside. Once I get in, I'll be like,
I'm
She keeps a
right
distance.
behind.
Yeah, I'm
If you
walking
try
too.
to walk, she steps in front of you and says, "You'll wait until everyone else has their space. Can't be leaving without us."
I'll say verbally to the Hartnell. Hartnell, could you make like a space that just has like seating for 800 or so people? It doesn't need. It can be a white empty space. You don't have to take a ton of time.
Sure thing, sweetness.
Thank you. This is a half of a hostage situation, so be cool.
Do you want me to put them in a furnace?
Probably don't say things like that. This is precarious, and there's 800 of them. So if we could,
So just a normal room?
just a normal room, we're not gonna immolate these people.
I can do that. Gas
Okay,
chamber?
Thank you. No.
All right.
That's That's you know what? Let's just delete that option altogether from your system because that's never an option that I'm gonna use ever.
Oh, well, it was running through one of your subconsciouses.
Okay, well, it was probably one of the alcoholics. It was one of the ones who did drugs all the time. Let's not.
All right. Deleting that solution.
Thank you.
All right. Refugee camp set up.
Thank you. I appreciate it as always.
Just a bunch of cages everywhere.
Is that Biden's refugee camp?
It's a relocation center now, guys.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
get with it.
There's foil blankets.
The vice
I'll
president's
sort
a black woman.
I'll direct them in and sort of direct them to wherever the room is. I assume the Hartnell can help them as
Alright.
well if need be. I'll just kind of sit in the console room like this, just waiting.
Okay. A few moments go by as people walk in. She stands there. The man that you talked to, after a little bit, about halfway through, all these people walking in as they shuffle through, and she nods to people and says that, gives them reassurance. He walks in, and you feel a hand on your shoulder, Professor. You did the right thing.
I don't agree with you, but
You don't have
if you don't want to
agree.
fight, you don't have to fight. You shouldn't be forced to do anything. We'll get you where you need to go.
Good. As incentive, I will bestow a gift upon you when we get there, and all my people are safe. If harm comes to any of them, the gift I bestow upon you will be this blade.
Don't worry. We have no intention of hurting any of you. You and your people will be safe, at least as long as you're here.
Good. As for the tension, his people abandoned us.
Look, I understand that you have a lot of animosity for the Aarakocrans from here on the airplane, and I understand that sort of like trauma that your people went through. I don't expect you to let go of that necessarily, but Avelios isn't that person. He's not any of the people that, just because he looks like them doesn't mean he's one of the people that hurt you.
He descends from the people that put us in that prison.
So no matter what, no matter how many generations later, it would be one thing if it was an ongoing issue,
Of course.
but it doesn't appear to be. You're about to be free on the material plane. Hopefully we'll save the world and your people will have the ability to do whatever you guys want. Are you going to hold that grudge
That's the
against
idea.
Aarakocrans?
No. It's not a grudge. It is the responsibility of one's actions. And while it is not placed firmly on him, it is placed on the institution that he represents and that he continues to uphold. And so
That's what I got rid of.
He didn't uphold it. He's the one who freed you. And I'm not saying you need to like thank him just for making up for the sins of his ancestors, but nonetheless, he's not a part of the same system that entrapped you. He's a reformer in many ways.
and I hope to see good things. It would be nice. But for now, it will be hard to tell these people after hundreds of generations.
I
Do
understand.
not harbor such thought.
Maybe just try and work on it. If you want, I'm not telling you what to do. I can tell you don't like that. I don't either. I understand.
Freeing a people is not the end of the correction.
Yeah.
You don't get points for undoing a bad.
I understand.
You are back at neutral. And the harm that you caused, even if you just represent this group, it transfers over to you in some way.
Well,
She
I hope-
is older than I am. She has experienced more than I have. Which is why you and I are having this conversation relatively alone. Again,
well, I hope.
well, there will be a reward for you on the back end of this. And this
I hope when. Oh, sorry.
As far as helping you in your war, I guarantee nothing. No soldiers, no bodies. These people have gone through a lot. But maybe something to help you.
Anything helps.
We shall see.
I hope whatever you and your people choose to do, once you find your autonomy on the material plane, I hope it goes well. Hopefully you'll have the time once we stop the end of the universe.
For now, I am glad that the escalations did not reach a point.
Agreed.
Pats you on the shoulder and looks at the doorway. And people are thinly finishing up, walking through. Outside, she looks at the rest of you. Good. And then she just turns and walks in.
I'm walking.
She walks over to the man. They look at each other. Well, they sort of just lean up against one of the rails in the control room.
All right. Material plane. Professor will start moving to the material plane, trying to get somewhere on the other side of the planet.
Okay. And
Other side of the planet? Because, like,
That's what they
we've never
asked.
we've never been to other continents.
Gonna try it out.
You just try to go to another continent?
They said they wanted to go the other side of the world, so we'll take it where they said they want to go.
Oh, God.
do you know the
Alright.
names of anything on the other side of the world?
We heard it one time, I'm pretty sure.
You
And that's just not
you know the
me.
names of the other continents.
Maravar, and I don't remember.
Kador.
Jocelyn Isles?
Maravar, Kador, the Fossilin Islands, and Ubron.
That's the one I didn't remember. Which, like, geographically would be on the other side of Kador.
A lot of it. Kador is like the Asia-sized. Like it's pretty much half the planet.
I feel like we
What-
can't
would
ethically
be the
drop them
closest-
off in North Kador because they would just get immediately fucking overwhelmed.
If we were to like dig a hole directly downward from Sky Point, what's the opposite side?
It would probably be Ubron.
All right, we'll go with that.
Just the continent of Ubron?
I don't know any specific locations there.
Okay.
Can I picture like something? It's a psychic thing, so
Uh,
I'm gonna try anyway. I'll try and picture
There
a
was
nice.
also, I was gonna say there was also, was it Zeno talked about like mentioned a location in Marvar and allies there, so like we know that there's like maybe people, but
Just
I don't
fucking
know
throw
how
them
much
somewhere.
we know.
Whatever.
I'm gonna pretend that was the Hartnell saying that to me.
I couldn't hear it.
She said, think of a volcano.
God damn it.
I agree.
Okay. What are you thinking of?
I would like to try and think of, I don't even know how, I'm just gonna go as specific as I can in vague terms, which is an oxymoron,
So Ubron.
and see what happens.
Okay.
An area that's temperate, it's not too hot, not too cold, maybe has farmland, but not people around. I don't want them landing in, the middle of a area with a bunch of other people and then having to deal with them interacting with indigenous cultures.
You don't want them interacting with indigenous cultures?
We're like
I just foresee issues.
overtaking
Okay.
someone's.
Okay.
But I also don't want to put that like in the middle of a fucking desert or something. I
So
don't think
like
they'd
a
like that.
temperate. Okay. There's a bit of time where you spend just like focusing on kind of this place that you're thinking of. Go ahead and go ahead and roll just a percentile dice. It'll give me a little bit more to work with here, because there's a few things that look like that. So.
53?
Okay. There's a and oh no. Oh no. There we go. Let's see. Just do. Really? Where's my ambiance? Here we go. It's cold. It's the other, or it's warm actually, because it's almost winter where you're at. It's the other side of the world, and it is almost summertime. There's waves that move in and out. You can see forests. And a large river nearby. There doesn't seem to be anyone around in general, as you pointed that you didn't want like indigenous individuals to be here. It seems like a far away point. Knowing that it's the other side of the world and that it is summertime, it is still a little chilly. You don't know if that means you're far north or far south. It's definitely adjacent to water, and you can't see the end on the horizon of that water. The river itself is pretty wide. It's about a mile, it seems, wide or so. Almost like a lake unto itself. very lazy. That seems to, as you look upriver, probably is more of a delta. The beaches here are rocky. And as people start to sort of peek their head out, see if it's okay, the two of them look at you, nod. You may step out and enter your new home. The door sort of creaks open. She goes and deals with those people and shows them around, and he sort of sits behind and looks. Thank you.
Of course.
My
You
name
know,
is-
if you just asked us without the force field, we would have probably with less. I understand. You've been through a lot. Just, for future reference, threats might not be what you want to lead with.
in a dangerous world, you can't simply walk up to people like that. Not when we had our children with us. We could not.
You could have.
Feels like 4 verse 800.
We could have, in retrospect, to you. Do you not know your numbers? Played it safe, and your dignity took a little bit of a bruise. I think you'll be fine. Overall, though, this is beneficial for all involved.
Sure.
My name is Eld. This is my queen, Yiffy. We have, for a long time, been separated from a place we could call home. And this looks reasonable. So it seems that you have upheld your end. Good. He reaches into a satchel that he's had on his side, reaches in, and pulls out a box that looks pretty fine. It's not like a super nice box or anything. It has a very similar sort of gray slate stone. It's rectangular in shape. Sets it down on the console. Those should help your efforts a bit. Besides bodies to fight your war. What do you need?
Where did the Aarakocrans go?
The Aarakocrans left us intentionally. They did not have to. Kind of side-eyes us, Velios, knowing he's not part of it, but hard to not be mad at yet another oppressor, I suppose. Listen to his head. We also would not fight their war again. They have abandoned the plane of air. Some of the some of the how do you say it? The lower class, I suppose, went to the Plane of Ice to try and see what they could do there. Not many of them, if they even survived the journey. Most, along with Devati, went to the Plane of Fire, where they were going to use the City of Brass and I suppose use it. They took some of the material, I suppose, that helps the Aarakocrans on the material plane with their flying cities. And along with the Tempest, could use the City of Brass as a sort of battering ram.
They mean to get into the material plane by bashing a city into a barrier.
Into the membrane between barriers, yes. They, I don't know where that will come out. But one would
Hopefully
expect
not
it
here.
to not be very good. Well, it would be near a source of elemental flame. Large
Like a volcano.
Large volcano.
Okay.
Yes. Something like that. Fissure. A very large mountain, even if dormant, something like that. Anyway, they are going to, although the Plane of Fire has its problems, they will condemn all of those individuals to death. And they will kill an entire city to do it. So,
They don't seem like the nicest people.
they are not. If there's one thing we have learned, there is no wickedness the wardens won't employ. It is what it is. So, you have information?
Yes.
We also have given you that. I hope it works out for you.
Thank you. If you ever change your mind and need to get in contact with us, or I just want to give you the option. I'm the professor. This is Lenya, Evalios, Egnir, Icilius. I'm sure you have people amongst you who can scry if you need to get in contact with us.
It is my understanding that this will be a worldwide event.
Yes.
I didn't want to get on the wrong foot, but you can understand my own people are going to fight and die for the
Yes,
sake of this world.
and so will everyone else's people.
I just think it's better if we do that together.
You can't tell these people to walk away from their families to fight for you.
It's not for us, it's for everybody.
Again, It doesn't feel that way when your child is over here. Again, she is more prejudicial than I am about this. She has experienced a lot.
I hope if you come across, I don't know about this continent, but if you come across Aarakocrans, I'm not asking you to love them, but please at least, you know.
Well, I hope for their case, they show kindness initially.
If they do, consider reciprocating.
I feel like this wouldn't be a problem in a couple generations.
I
But-
hope not.
Maybe.
The Aarakocrans on this plane are a little different. They gave up their entire home. Not really willingly, but they've been through a lot too. I don't even know how many knew that you were imprisoned there.
Well,
But Evelios is doing good things to dismantle that system that they had.
good. Continues to do so, and we won't have problems in the future. Do you mean to kill the Tempest?
We have to.
Well, it was deployed upon us when we were sent. It will not be harmed by the sky elements of lightning and thunder, nor will it be harmed by poisons. That's what I know.
Do you know anything of the Phoenix?
No. The Tempest itself is a weapon. In essence. It's not a creature. Do not feel bad.
Do they control it?
It is much more like controlling a spell than it is controlling a creature. When you kill these things, these I don't know, titans, I suppose. They are reborn. This takes a while. You hear in the distance sort of like a rumble, and you sort of feel like a little bit of a rumble in your feet. Did you kill the Zaratan?
Yeah.
That's going to get worse.
It will for a while before it gets better.
We shall move inland a bit. Off the beach, then.
I don't know, since we're on the other side of the world, how established the Illithid are here. But if there's anything you need to know about how to hold them off, or how to deal with them, you can contact us for information.
Never faced one.
They'll try to take your own and turn them into
So you said.
their own ranks. We've lost friends to it and had them turned.
Well, hopefully they're drawn to places other than small coastal tents.
We do know that high concentrations of magic seem to draw them, but eventually it's going to cover the whole world.
Well, I don't think 30 or so spellcasters will do it. Nonetheless, pats the box. Should help. Turns and walks away. And then again, nods. And walks out the door and shuts it behind him.
I
Well,
really
that was a
hope that,
detour.
I hope that they don't have to face that threat.
Yeah. I'll open the box.
Okay. You pop open the box. And look down the side, and you kind of see Professor's face first as she opens the box. As she goes, there are 4 perfect, perfect like a paragon, but not quite as big, diamonds worth 5,000 gold each.
What the fuck?
They can be used for whatever. But they are like fucking softballs. They're huge. And they don't have like that tip on them they are literally a ball of like many faceted diamonds, and it's they'd be perfect for spell casting. They'd be perfect for long-term enchantment.
That detour was worth it.
True resurrection.
Yeah.
And I
Although
guess
we're-
4 true resurrections, yeah.
Hopefully we don't have to do that because I have raised dead, so.
If you have to cast like a lower level spell that's like, let's say it's something that's like 1,000,
It eats it, yeah.
it eats the whole thing. Ooh, we need to find someone who can cut these up.
Or we just get smaller diamonds and we hold on to these for if we need them for
Sure.
things that need bigger diamonds.
Sure. I'm gonna hand 3 of these to Alenia,
Alright.
and I'm gonna hold on to one of them.
Okay.
If we
True
need the other
resurrection
two-
is 25,000 gold.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you got 20.
So we have 20.
True resurrection can resurrect
200 years, I think?
I think it's 100.
No longer than 200 years.
You have to
But if they
touch-
die...
you have to touch the creature.
So we need a body.
It's also it says creature.
Create a new body.
It says
It
creature.
makes a new body?
Yeah, it
You
says
can create a new body.
says creature
Yeah.
does not have to be a humanoid in that scenario.
Question.
You touch a
If
creature that's been for no longer than 200 years and that died for no reason. If the creature's soul is free, hold on one second. The creature is restored to life with all its hit points. The spell closes all wounds, neutralizes poisons, cures all diseases, and lifts any curse affecting the creature when it died. The spell replaces damaged or missing organs or limbs. The spell can even provide a new body if the original no longer exists, in which case you must speak the creature's name. The creature then appears in an unoccupied space you choose within 10 feet of you.
Question.
Yes.
If a creature technically doesn't exist anymore, but we remember it, can we bring them back?
You don't know?
Imagine if we could get Zilbane back.
Yeah, but if...
What would it be pulling his existence from, though, if he's now never existed unless that spell can literally
Also,
pull
they wouldn't
possibilities from the
recognize
multiverse?
him as they did back then, so he wouldn't be the Dragon King.
Nobody.
He would just exist.
He would owe us his life and probably be a really powerful ally.
He wouldn't remember us. Why would he owe us his life?
Because we'd literally be the ones standing there when we
Also, it
resurrect
says
him.
new body, so there's no chance it's actually a dragon.
No, it is. It'd be
No,
the
it
Oh, is it?
says
Okay.
creature, so it could
It'd be
be...
the creature. It's not reincarnation. Reincarnation is the one where
Okay.
where it changes your shit.
No, it would just make him a new, his body anew.
But if his body never existed...
That's why I don't know.
You don't know whether or not he didn't exist for the record. You know that no
Yeah.
one's heard of him.
We could have Egnir ask.
It's a timeline shift, so you don't. Maybe it could be that Zilbane never grew to the ancient dragon that was in charge. You could also use it to get someone like an Anson back.
Yeah, we could get Anson
You
back.
could use it for any.
Or Saris. He died.
Sarah!
You could use it for all sorts of those reasons. So,
If we okay, how about this? If we survive all of
Sig
this, we
Sig
bring
is
those
out of
two
range.
back.
He's been dead for 5,000 years.
That's sad. Although I don't think Sig would want to come back anyway. I'm sure he
Oh,
lived
yeah.
a long life with his family and loved them. How fucked up is that to be
I don't
like?
want to condemn him to have to live this bullshit again.
Although, if you did travel back in time and do true
was gonna say,
resurrection,
yeah.
it would work. So,
I think we just hold on to it.
Yeah.
We also are short 5,000 gold anyways, so.
probably not. You might have that many diamonds between you and Egnir.
No, we ended up spending a lot of it on doing
Planet Earth,
helmet
right?
shit
Yeah.
to protect us from the brain zappies. All right, well, let's go find these stupid Aarakocrans.
Professor, where are you at on spells?
Oh,
Rest after this.
yeah, especially after the.
Are you able to plane
Extra
shift us
plane
back?
shift
I
we didn't
can't
plan
plane
for.
shift us back right now.
So we have to stay here for a night.
So you can
Yep.
teleport us to Gygax, though.
Do we want to head back there
Teleport
right now?
the 7th level spell. No, I can't.
Oh, fuck.
I think we just chill here.
We don't have a
Plane
choice.
shift
We can't
in
go
the morning.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Did you want to fight if you can't do that anyway?
No.
Hmm?
Yeah, if we can't plane shift, if we went back to the... Yeah.
I feel like
We need Professor to be stocked up.
I feel like a rest was probably in the books at a certain point. Anyway,
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
If we're gonna do that, since I do have my 9th level slot open, I used the wand slot of. I can do it. I know it. I'm not gonna say
Foresight?
precognition because, god damn it, foresight. Yes,
Foresight.
I don't trust you at
I'll
this
get
point.
it at some point.
You got it every other session but tonight.
Anyway, I used my wand slot of
you can use a
foresight
9th
because
level spell then to do plane shift.
Yeah, but I'd rather rest before we
I
go back,
could, but then
right?
I'd have no high levels. No, actually, you know what? No, I can't. That's the slot I used to get us here. I didn't mark it off previously, so no, I can't.
Okay.
Never mind.
And we're stuck here.
Man,
So
they
we
sure
just-
are lucky that you had a slot left.
Yeah.
So we'd have to be like, well, you gotta chill with us for one night. And I can't guarantee that racist tension wouldn't
He
Oh
said
god.
escalate.
it won't work, right?
Lightning,
what?
lightning, thunder, poison.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mistral should be able to do damage to it, right? It doesn't.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Also, I can not make it lightning, thunder damage, but Mistral is Hedron, technically.
Which is
It's Hedron, right? It's not Hedron?
Hedron, but
Hedron.
Okay. So then it's Force, so yeah.
Someone in chat asks, what about the daily Hartnell teleport? This is the same day
yeah.
that we already used that to bring the Hartnell to the
To
mouth
us.
of the
Yeah.
so it's already
Yeah.
done.
All right. So long rest on the
Take a
beach.
nap.
Long rest on the beach.
All right. Technically on the continent for campaign 2, by the way.
I know, right?
We just
Like,
unleashed
Oh,
a bunch
God.
of people.
I
For
hope
campaign
these people
2.
come up.
Me
You don't-
too.
You don't know where they're at, but I sure do.
oh
Wouldn't it
god.
be funny if they turned out to be really, really fucking bad and we have to deal with them in campaign 2?
It's great. I'm in. Done. Sign me up.
I think I still have like one level of dwarf language that I want to do, so I want to do a check on that since I can not sleep in the Hartnell.
Okay.
I still have Sylvan to study, but never got far enough.
Was it an intelligence check or was it?
Yes, it was.
That's a 18.
What level are you on? What
Let me look.
of the notches?
Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Oh, you know what? I actually already did it. I actually already had it.
Oh yeah, I
must
think
have
we
done
did
that
it
earlier.
last time then. I was gonna
So
say
never
you're,
mind.
You're pretty close.
Yeah, I'll just hang out in the Hartnell bar, snack, listen to music.
Okay. It's Huey Lewis in the news.
Acceptable.
It's hip to be square.
Oh, the professor would listen to Power of Love. No, come on.
Oh, okay.
What do you think she is?
Has
Fucking
the exact same
Patrick
intonation.
Bateman?
The power of love. Same thing.
They're not them.
Nope, same
No,
shit.
no. Hip to be square is not on the Back to the Future soundtrack, my friend.
Oh my god.
Power of love. Now you're not gonna be able to hum the right way. Okay, so you take a long rest. Your dreams are filled with hopefully happy thoughts. Nothing happens during the night. You awake in the Hartnell at a certain point. To the sounds of a beautiful cove.
It almost sounds like a radio announcer voice. You're listening to The Cove, 94 FM.
FM? Rip. Oh,
I
never
know
mind.
radio stuff.
No, you're
I'm
right.
not 60 years old.
AM's the bad one.
AM's the bad one. Never mind.
Yeah. Jake's the one that didn't know radio
79.1
things.
AM.
If it was an AM station, it would be, welcome back to The Cove. Let me tell you why the Democrats
It's
are destroying this country.
79.1 AM. The Knoll. And it's all about how JFK wasn't shot. He's actually an alien with an exploding head or something. It was actually Jackie O that shot him. That's a real one, by the way. She jumps back to get away from the Secret Service after blowing her husband's head off, but they drag her back in. That's a real
That's a real
conspiracy
fucking
theory, yeah.
conspiracy.
yeah. Oh,
Have you guys heard the one about one of the Secret Service people shooting JFK accidentally and then
Right.
covering it up because
Yeah.
it's embarrassing?
That's the same
What
one.
the
yeah.
why?
Very similar to that one. They push
That's
her
a
back
more
in.
believable.
Yeah, because she's trying to get out.
conspiracy.
She's
but-
trying to get out of the car because it's the Secret Service. Anyway, so you sleep, you awake, and we can pick up next time where you're about to plane shift in. You can pick your spellsies and stuff like that.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday!
Wednesday!
Randy's,
Only 4
Randy's
days
done
to
being
wait.
sad. Oh, he's happy
August.
now.
Well,
That's what happened.
only 3.5 days to wait, chat.
Not too shabby. Which is good because I expect the next episode to be bonkers.
Yeah.
To be real bonkers.
I almost tried to slaughter 400 people, so
I was
800.
this close to
so close.
Many of them were innocent.
You were
You're
this
only
close to
counting
what?
soldiers.
telling Professor to take them to the Virescent Glades and telling Numai that they threatened me and she should exterminate them.
I wish you would have.
That close.
There you go.
Oh, this is a nice
Okay,
swamp
we
area.
we committed one pseudo genocide with what happened with the goblinoids being
Goblins
sent to
threatened me.
Zix
Look,
after they die.
I
I can't handle
understand.
two.
I understand why they're cautious and that they're technically in the right and they're just trying to look after their own people, but god damn it, it's like trying to tell people climate change is coming, motherfucker, and it doesn't care about your biases.
And they're like,
We're
I will
all
just kill
gonna
you
die.
instead. God. Fucking
Also,
mad.
Avelio still owes me a favor, and they tried to cast a spell at him.
True.
Oh.
It was Abidazm's Horrid Wilting, by the way.
I rolled a 26, so I think I would have been alright.
He was half damage then.
That sounds like a scary spell.
All right.
Oh, it's like, oh no, that's on a point in a cube. That would affect all of us probably.
Reroll.
That's not good. That's like
Um,
blight, but an area effect and way more, well,
Yeah, half
relatively
as much.
more powerful.
Half as much.
I liked our chances.
I didn't like your chances, but
I
it would have been
about to
interesting.
slaughter a bunch of women and children and families and
Well, it surrounded
like-
you with 600 soldiers.
yeah, they had soldiers, but I mean they also had their families with them.
It's like
They were fine.
There's a difference between
Almost,
fighting a person who could fight and picks a fight with you and
really?
you know, killing children.
Wow.
So
Come
Well,
here,
I mean,
come
that'd
here
have
for
been
the
like-
latest ethics from a
like 115, 120 people per person in our party. It would have been alright.
She almost cast an
Yeah.
8th level spell by herself, so
That's fine.
So, yeah, we'll be back on Wednesday for all the good stuff. It'll be a good time. Back to our normal thing, and I think Wednesdays for the rest of the run. I don't think we gotta, because we got. Next time, if you're successful, that's 2. Time after that could be 1 or 2 episodes. Let's call it 2 to be safe. So that's 4 episodes. Then another 1 or 2 for Elemental Chaos, which should just be 1 unless you have a super long fight. Right? Because you're just jumping into Elemental Chaos and trying to kill it.
yeah.
So we'll call that 1.
I mean,
for
we don't know
now.
what we're
And then
coming up,
however
so-
many preparatory episodes you need before the beginning of the end.
We need another year. If we could just do every episode from then on in real time.
Yeah,
and,
actually. Get a role player breakfast.
And you can just
Oh,
stream
shit.
us sleeping during the nights of the episode, except for me, because the professor doesn't sleep in the Hartnell.
Wow, you're
So
gonna,
you
have
just
a
have to
hard
stay
job.
awake for
You have
weeks
to,
at a
you have to
time.
stay up in real time the whole time. for
I'll do
days.
that. I'll get a cocaine habit. That's very professor-like. That's probably what she's doing.
Does
Jesus
cocaine make you
Christ.
stay awake?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That gives you fucking crazy energy.
I feel like meth is probably.
Just get Adderall.
Just-
it's
Professor would
Adderall.
probably mix them, so
just
we're
meth.
fine.
So
The come down makes you tired and sleepy, so you really got to be on top of those lines.
calm down.
It's like
God damn.
it's like a hoedown.
How is cum?
When you're as short as Sarah, I suppose.
What the fuck?
It's always.
Just wait
All
till
right.
you move here. I'm gonna kick your ass.
So
I'm gonna kneecap you. I'm gonna fucking
I
run
don't
up behind
think
you
it's
and
that
fucking a punch.
that's the
It'll be
end.
like the Cawthorn video.
Jesus fucking
Yeah, I'm gonna
Christ!
fucking punch you like Cawthorn punched that tree.
Wait, that was Cawthorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Madison Cawthorn.
I thought it was Hawthorn.
Is it Hawthorn?
Wait,
No, it's Cawthorn.
is it? Wait, that was him punching that tree.
Yes. Yes.
I said I'm gonna
He
run
was
for
whipping a
Congress.
bunch.
I said I was gonna run for Congress just to tip him over and take his wheelchair. Fuck
There was
that
one
guy,
point
dude.
he was whipping the tree, and I watched him
Madison
scoot closer,
Cawthorn.
and then he went back at it. I was like,
Dude, he's a fucking Nazi. I don't give a shit.
true.
Walk it
For
off,
being a
bitch.
Nazi. No, why?
Why would I-
disavow.
why would I
Dan
bully-
Crenshaw's eye socket.
Why would brave Mujahideen soldiers? Okay. All right.
And bend.
All right, we're getting back to the normal content. By the way, we're gonna end that with a nice meme from N Block, Alex, March 7th, 2021. How is cum? All right, love you guys. Have a good night. Meme drop.